Su Yu's smile froze and he was stunned for a moment. He looked at the folding fan in his hand and his expression gradually became serious. He did feel a trace of demonic qi on it. He said, "You're saying that a demon has already come out and killed Jiang Huishu?" "Yes." Yun Xiao nodded. The great demon who killed Jiang Huishu was not the one under the seal, but his purpose was to open all the seals and release the great demon below. "So you're telling me now, how many of the 7 seals have been opened?" he asked in a serious tone. Su Yu's heart trembled. Under Yun Xiao's aggressive aura, he actually felt a trace of pressure. He held the fan even tighter in his hand, and his face was gloomy and uncertain. He could not believe Yun Xiao's words rationally, but for some reason he believed them emotionally. The instinct of an alchemist made him feel that Yun Xiao was not lying to him. "I've flipped through many ancient books here, but there's no such thing as a great demon. They all point in one direction, the path to godhood," he said cautiously. Yun Xiao frowned and snorted coldly. "Humph! The path to godhood? Ridiculous. The reason why this place is called the burial ground is because there are a large number of ancient warriors' corpses. If the path to godhood is in there, why is it sealed? And why did these people die?" Su Yu's face darkened. He had also suspected this before, but a large number of ancient records with similar descriptions made him gradually lose his doubts. "Since you know this place is called the burial land, you must know the origin of the name. The place where a true dragon was born is naturally the place of godhood." Yun Xiao looked at him coldly and mocked. "Even if it used to be a supreme spiritual vein, what about now? It's precisely because this place gave birth to a true dragon that it's the perfect place to suppress great demons with dragon qi." Su Yu's body trembled, and her heart was already shaken by his words, but she still found it hard to admit it. She shook her head and said, "Impossible! All these years of hard work, how could it be changed so easily by some inexplicable words from a person like you? Who the hell are you? If you don't reveal your identity, don't blame me for being impolite." His aura surged out, and under the control of his powerful mental power, it turned into circles of white light that surrounded Yun Xiao, ready to attack at any moment. Yun Xiao stared at him and said, "Because I'm the one who broke the previous seal, and I just got this information. Moreover, I once inadvertently released this great devil's avatar. If they were to gather together, it would be a huge problem." You were the one who released the last seal?" "I don't believe it," Su said in shock. "Each seal is guarded by a dragon artifact. Since you said you've broken the seal, what about the artifact?" Crystal tears appeared in Yun Xiao's eyes, which flickered with fluorescent light and gave people an endless aura of vitality. They shook but did not fall. "Does the true dragon's tear count?" Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, and her face turned pale. Not only had the other party taken out a true dragon artifact, but this artifact also seemed to have been refined. Even if he wanted to refine an artifact, it would not be possible in a short time. At this moment, he had almost believed Yun Xiao's words, and his heart was in a mess. If there was really a great demon buried under the ground that could suppress an existence for so long, it would definitely be a catastrophe. As the secretary of the Origin Department of the Sacred Zone, you have the responsibility to stop the destruction of the seal, Yun Xiao said seriously. "Tell me how many seals are left of the 7. Su Yu's heart was in a mess. She said awkwardly, "I've already opened 5 seals. There are only 2 seals left, and the 6th one is called Bayan." Before he could finish his sentence, the entire burial land trembled as the earth quaked. What followed was a deafening boom. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in. The tremors under their feet were even stronger, as if the earth had collapsed. Su Yu's expression changed as she looked in the direction of the tremor and cried out, "Not good! That's where the 6th seal is." The two of them looked over. In the distance, the 17th region in the southwest began to surge with black gas. The dark clouds in the sky began to roll, and layers of strange phenomena began to appear. "What a strong demonic aura!" Yun Xiao cried out in shock. "What a strong demonic aura!" A faint look of anger appeared on his face. There's such a strong demonic chi as soon as the seal is opened. Are you blind or are you playing dumb? You actually dare to talk to me about the land of godhood. So you was completely stunned. She looked at the sky and muttered to herself, "This Tao Wu, how can it be so strong? I've never seen such a phenomenon before. Could it be that the last seal is also failing?" Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said in a hurry, "It's very possible. Where is the last seal?" Suyu shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "I don't know." He was full of worry as he looked into the distance. The lords of the Sea of Soul Formation are still there. Did something happen? Your sister. You people from the Sanctuary and the Sea of Soul Formation have always been good at ruining things. Yunxiao stomped his foot in anger as he turned into a beam of golden light and shot toward the black mist in the distance. Suyu was dumbfounded. For so many years, no one had ever dared to scold him like this. Took him a while to react. When he saw that Yunxiao's path was blocked by a powerful man in the distance, he cried out, "Let him pass!" All of a sudden, a blood light flashed and the blood god roared, "It's you! I finally found you. Return my blood fiend." The voice was hysterical. Almost all of his strength burst out from his chest and reverberated in the sky. "Oh, it's you. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's really a small world, but I'm not free. We'll talk next time." In a flash, Yunxiao transformed into a bolt of lightning and turned into a black dot on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Only his playful voice came through. The blood god was so angry that his whole body turned red, and a blood-red mist filled the sky as he burned his blood essence and chased after Yunxiao. His speed was even higher than Yunxiao's. Suyu frowned. He knew that the blood god palace had set up an array over the burial land to look for someone, but he did not expect that person to be Yunxiao. He had wanted to ask the blood god about Yunxiao's background. However, there was no time to care about these things at this moment. A group of experts from UNC had also arrived. They all felt that something had happened and stood guard beside Suwan. Each of them looked in the direction of the 13th Southwest District with a serious expression. "Let's go. Gather everyone and follow me to the 13th District in the Southwest." Suyu formed a seal with her hands in front of her and sent her voice in. The voice was infinitely expanded and spread in all directions, reaching 10,000 miles. "All experts above the rank of Martial Emperor in the Boneyard, listen up. I'm the secretary of the Holy Domain's Origin Department, Su Chu. I'm going to temporarily conscript all the forces in the Boneyard. Experts above the rank of Martial Emperor must listen to my orders from now on and gather in the southwest direction. Those who come will be heavily rewarded according to their strength. However, if anyone disobeys, they will be executed once they are found." After he finished speaking, the seal in front of him disappeared. He took the lead and led the experts from UNC, turning into several golden lights and heading southwest. At this moment, the entire boneyard was in an uproar. A large number of martial artists who were cultivating in seclusion were awakened. They were all bewildered, not knowing what was happening. What made them even more conflicted was whether to obey or not. There were whispers everywhere, expressing their helplessness and dissatisfaction. But who dared to disobey the orders of the Sanctuary Division Secretary? For a time, a large number of martial artists flew out of the mountain range like startled birds and began to gather in the southwest direction. Yunxiao took the lead. He had used up a lot of his strength at the moment, but if the blood god caught up with him, he would be dead. Just as he approached the dark clouds, he suddenly saw a black shadow flying toward him at a speed no slower than his. It was Di Jia and Huayin in the shadows. Di Jia's face was extremely solemn, and his eyes could not hide the excitement. He gave Yunxiao a glance, then ignored him and rushed into the dark clouds, disappearing from sight. Yunxiao groaned inwardly. Devil aura was rolling in those dark clouds, and he could tell at a glance that it was a dangerous place. If he went in, he would definitely be haunted by it. Although he was not afraid of it, it was still an extremely troublesome thing. The blood god was about to catch up with him. He didn't have much time to think. He could only rush into the dark clouds like Di Jia. In the blink of an eye, Blood God rushed over and revealed his true form. He stopped in front of the dark clouds with a gloomy expression. The demonic chi in the dark clouds made him feel apprehensive, but if he didn't go in, his blood beast Xianxia would be destroyed. As soon as he thought of the blood fiends, he could not care less. He suddenly burst out with the power of the blood sea, forming a world of blood in the surroundings. It slowly merged into the demonic chi, trying to resist the invasion of the demonic chi with his own power of the blood sea. Humph! Where did this nobody come from? Suddenly, a cold voice came. The scion of the blood god was shocked. He saw a demonic light flash in the sky and a black shadow attacked him. Without a word, a palm came toward him. The blood god's body trembled. Before he could see the face of the person who came, he could feel the extraordinary power of the palm. It had actually suppressed him firmly. The surrounding blood sea collapsed and the demonic chi rushed in. Even his body was about to collapse. Burning blood grand technique, blood god strike. At the moment of death, blood god burned all his blood essence. His aura instantly multiplied. His right hand formed a sea of blood handprint and smashed towards the devil palm. Bang! The red and black colors collided in the sky. After only a moment of resistance, the blood god's blood palm suddenly collapsed. A stream of demonic chi directly entered his body and sent him flying. He's not dead yet. The black figure slowly condensed into his true form in front of the dark clouds. His handsome appearance revealed a trace of dissatisfaction and he snorted. Perhaps Lian Yu's desperate journey has consumed too much demonic chi. I'll let this scum off. A hurricane suddenly appeared under his feet, and the crocodile gradually appeared, following him closely. The man was none other than Di Jun, who had come from Songyue City. He looked at the rolling dark clouds with a hint of joy on his face. He suddenly stepped into it, followed by the crocodile, and disappeared. As soon as Di Jun stepped into the dark clouds suddenly rolled more violently. The demonic chi became stronger and stronger, forcibly pushing the dark clouds open and dispersing in all directions. The entire sky and earth were placed in it, and it kept devouring all space. In the distance, the scion of the blood god was severely injured after being struck by the palm's power. He took out various pills and poured them into his mouth like beans in horror. Just now, the man's casual attack had seriously injured him. If he hadn't burned a lot of blood in time, he would have died on the spot. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but shiver. What should we do? The blood fiends are still within the dark clouds. If he left now, he would never be able to get it back. However, if we go in and meet the person just now again, we definitely won't be able to survive. What should we do? The scion of the blood god was in a dilemma. He kept grabbing his hair and was about to go crazy. Suddenly, he stopped his hands. The dark clouds in the distance were spreading at an extremely fast speed. In his shock, he was stunned for a moment before he was swallowed up. Soon, not only the blood god, but also Su Yu and the others, as well as the large number of warriors who had been ordered to come, were all swept into the dark clouds. The entire burial land was instantly shrouded in the strange power, and the world became dark and hazy. This is Wufu. Yunxiao suddenly sucked in a cold breath. After he entered the black cloud, he saw a tragic scene. Corpses and remains were everywhere, and the ground was dyed red with blood, telling the story of the miserable battle. Gulp! Yunxiao swallowed, licked his dry lips, and muttered to himself, "This place can't be a battlefield from a long time ago, right?" He looked at the terrain around him. It was indeed very similar to the burial land, but there was an additional boundless desolation and desolation. Yes, that's very possible. The sixth seal was broken, the demonic dragon replied. This battlefield phenomenon appeared when the sixth seal was broken. It's very likely that the seventh seal is in this phenomenon. Sensing the demonic energy that filled the sky, Yunxiao looked worried. We're in trouble now. With such a powerful demonic energy, if a warrior from the burial land comes in, he will most likely be demonized. The demonic dragon said, "That's not the only problem. Dijia has also come in. He must be going to break the seal. The demonic chi here is so strong that he is like a fish in water." Can you beat him if you meet him? Yunxiao's expression was solemn as he said, let's find the place where the seal is first. With Su Wan here, most of the experts from UNC are probably here as well. These people are not just for show. After he made up his mind, he rushed into the depths of this phenomenon and began to search around. At this moment, he realized that the current terrain and mountain range of the burial land were caused by this great battle. The collapsed mountains had turned into mounds, and the broken earth had formed the current rivers. Suddenly, his entire body stopped in the air. His expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself, "How troublesome!" The demonic dragon seemed to have sensed something and snorted. "Who asked you to be so arrogant? You let Dijia's demonic chi enter your body. Although you can control it, it is difficult to completely remove it. It will be a hidden danger sooner or later." Without saying a word, Yunxiao fell down and landed in a broken land. He sat down cross-legged and set up an enchantment around him to block the invasion of the outside world's devil aura while he flew into the divine realm tablet. Yunxiao pointed in the air, and a broken armor appeared in front of him, looking like scrap iron. It was the demonic sky armor that had been split open by Yu Yijian in Songyue City because it had lost all its demonic aura. This demonic chi isn't completely useless. Let's go, Yunxiao said solemnly as he began to activate his bright moon divine body at any time, gradually forcing the demonic energy lurking in his body out of his skin. The demonic chi had been dormant in his body for a long time. He didn't care about it at first and could suppress it at any time. However, inside the demonic clouds, under the influence of the aura from the outside world, the demonic chi actually started to stir. After he pushed aside the faint demonic chi, it gradually condensed in the sky and turned into a terrifying face, trying to escape. Humph! Yunxiao snorted and casually grabbed the fiend in his palm, then threw it into the demonic sky armor. After that, he summoned his divine fire and began to refine it in the air. It was impossible for even a 9th-tier great alchemist to repair a 9th-tier mystic artifact at will. But this was Yunxiao's world inside the steel, and he could control all the rules, so it did not take him much effort to refine it. This demonic sky armor is a rare item, the demon dragon said. It might be able to display its miraculous effects in this demonic aura. The devil kept showing a painful look on the armor. Yunxiao burned it mercilessly and soon refined it. Then, he cast a few incantation seals into the armor and slowly repaired it. Somewhere in the demonic clouds, Dijia suddenly frowned. His eyes were cold as he said, "He actually completely cut off my connection with that trace of demonic chi. That kid really has some tricks up his sleeve. Humph. I'll let him be cocky for a while longer. Wait until I get this split aperture." His face changed as he said in shock, "Not good. That guy actually came too. How could he be so fast?" He instantly felt Dijun's presence and his face turned extremely ugly. He clenched his hands tightly and trembled uncontrollably. Huyin could also feel his inner emotions. She said fearfully, "Master, what's wrong?" Dijia calmed his emotions and said in a deep voice, "A troublesome thing is coming. He's much stronger than me. I can't let him get this clone, or I'll be in danger. I have to hurry." There was anxiety in his eyes. No longer caring about Yunxiao's existence, he turned into a beam of light and flew toward the place he could sense. An object gradually appeared on the ground in the distance. The continuous mountain range on the ground actually formed the shape of a dragon, as if a real dragon was hibernating on the ground and sleeping. Dijia's body trembled, and his eyes became serious as he stared at the dragon shape on the ground. Just that shape alone seemed to have supreme dragon power shooting out, pressing the surrounding heaven and earth into a heavy atmosphere. The demonic chi also became thinner and thinner, as if it was afraid of the dragon power. Dragon transformation pool Swan and I. Dijia muttered to himself in shock. This mountain range actually gave birth to a real dragon. No wonder it was called the Dragon Transformation Pond in the distant past. This terrain is the shell that the true dragon left behind after it left. Huyin also felt an unbearable pressure in her heart. She said in horror, "A shell? Just his body alone is this powerful. Dijia's face was very serious. To be able to give birth to a true dragon, he said. This body is not simple. If I'm not wrong, this last seal is really something. Even if it can't compare to the suppression of a saint artifact, it's not that bad. He actually used the entire dragon shell to guard the last seal. His eyes turned pitch black as if he was trying to see through the layers of space. He stared at the dragon shell, but after a while, he failed and his face turned extremely gloomy. If I use a method to destroy this dragon shell, not to mention whether I can do it, I'm afraid I'll just give it to him. Why don't I wait for him to break it? But Ingluo Dijia hesitated. If we wait for him to come and break the seal, he said, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage in the fight for the avatar below. The black chi on his face kept changing, and he couldn't make a decision. Master, there's also a large number of human warriors here besides us, Huayin suddenly said. If Master wants to deal with a strong enemy and is not confident, perhaps you can use those human cultivators. Dijia's brows furrowed, and he kept nodding. That's a good idea. There are indeed some masters in the dragon transformation pool. Even if they can't stop him, they can cause great trouble. The only thing we can do now is to act according to the situation. Dijia no longer hesitated. He turned into a black light and went into the dragon shell. The entire dragon shell mountain range stretched for a long time, and the exact location of the clone was not easy to determine. He came to the dragon's head. There was a bottomless black hole in the dragon's huge open mouth, emitting strong demonic chi. Dijia took a deep breath and immediately felt refreshed. He rushed directly into it with great joy and began to search for the source of the demonic chi. The rolling demonic clouds covered the entire boneyard, and a large number of cultivators entered it one after another, each of them overwhelmed with shock. Su Yu's face flickered. This place was not a place for immortals at first glance. So he completely believed Yunxiao's words. Blood God, you're injured? He looked at the blood god, who was healing not far away, and quickly flew over. Who injured you? Where's the kid you're chasing? Blood god slowly opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. Lord Suchu, that kid has escaped. I don't know who the person who injured me was, but he was able to injure me with just one move. His strength is beyond imagination. Moreover, that person is cultivating a demonic technique. I've already been invaded by demonic chi, and with the environment here, I'm gradually unable to hold on. Su Yu's expression changed drastically. I'll defeat you with one move, she exclaimed in shock. It's a demonic technique. He suddenly remembered Yunxiao's words that a great demon had come, and it seemed to be true. Moreover, the blood god was a 6-star martial emperor. The great demon must be at least a 7-star martial emperor to be able to seriously injure him in one blow. I wonder how the lords in the Sea of Soul Formation are doing? Su Yu was deeply worried as she looked at the cultivators who had entered the phenomenon. She suddenly shouted, Everyone! By concealing one's spirit and eliminating distracting thoughts, you can resist the invasion of demonic chi. Those below the rank of martial honor should stay and meditate. They must not let the demonic chi enter their bodies. All the experts above the rank of martial honor, follow me. Under such an environment, those below the rank of martial honor could not be counted on. As long as they did not let the demonic chi enter their bodies and did not fall into the demonic path, they would be of great help. In an instant, Su Feng led dozens of powerhouses and flew into the sky, moving forward. Yunxiao's words kept ringing in his mind. If this matter was not handled well, the entire continent would be dragged into it. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Even if he had to die, he had to seal the demon again. Su Feng flew through the demonic clouds with a heavy heart. The group of people were all in high spirits, especially those itinerant martial artists. They had never carried out such a large-scale operation before. They only felt that the strength of the troops was powerful and unstoppable. Only the UNC experts had a serious expression on their faces. Su Wan's emotions had infected them. Lord Su Chu, should we send a message back to the sacred zone and send some experts over? One of the experts asked. The situation is urgent, Su Su said. It's too late to ask for help now. We have to rely on ourselves. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, "But the news still has to be sent back. If we all meet with mishaps, what happened here must be recorded in detail so that future generations will know what happened." "Xia Yunan," he ordered. "You stay behind and set up a small array that can transmit messages from thousands of miles away. We'll send back the information here in the fastest and most complete way." "Yes." Xia Yunan accepted the order and left the team. He flew down and planned to find a safe place to set up. The rest of the people continued to fly with Su Fang. At this moment, the burial ground under the demonic clouds had returned to the scene after the great demon-subduing war. Many strange creatures had also gradually appeared. There were all kinds of flowers and plants that had never been seen before, and some low-intelligence life forms that were emitting demonic chi all over. After flying for a while, Su Yu's eyes narrowed. She saw a black figure standing in the sky, motionless. An ordinary crocodile followed under his feet. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Who are you?" Su Yu was shocked. The monstrous demonic flames on this person's body seemed to have integrated with the surrounding environment. They got along with each other very well, as if the endless night was a domain emitted from his body. His face grew very serious. This man was very likely the great demon that had injured the blood god, the one Yunxiao had mentioned. Di Jun raised his head slowly and frowned at the crowd. He pointed down and said, "Is the seventh seal the shell left behind by the true dragon after it manifested?" "What?" Everyone was shocked. They looked down and saw the terrain clearly. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Wan was so shocked that she couldn't control herself. She cried out, "Dragon shell? There's really such a place in the world. This Xianxia." He suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "Who are you? If you still don't say anything, don't blame us for being impolite." "What?" Di Jun frowned and asked, "So, you don't know how to break the seal?" He swept his gaze across the room and revealed a sinister smile. "A total of 73 people. If all of them are made into demon slave bombs, we might be able to blow up this dragon shell." Su Yu's face darkened and she shouted, "You are indeed a great demon. Everyone be careful. This person is extremely powerful. Let's join forces and help me capture this person." He grabbed the cloak on his shoulder and directly tore it off. In an instant, it became extremely hard. A golden light appeared in the surroundings, and it quickly slashed through the air. More than 70 people also turned into rays of light and spread out in the sky, surrounding Di Jun. Under Su Fang's command, all of them attacked together. In an instant, the demonic chi in the sky was shaken away by this powerful scene. It quickly retreated in all directions, leaving a vacuum behind. Di Jun sneered, his eyes full of undisguisable ridicule. His demonic hand grabbed in the air and stopped the cutting momentum of the cloak. Under his control, the cloak suddenly enlarged and waved in the air like a flag, wrapping his whole body. A powerful force came out of it and blocked all the attacks of more than 70 people. The cloak was originally a profound-level weapon, but now it had become Di Jun's weapon. Su Yu was furious. He slammed his palm in the air, and a huge force directly shook the air. The cloak finally could not withstand it and was completely torn into countless rags. The force of more than 70 martial artists suddenly blasted into him and shook his body. Boom, boom, boom. Di Jun's body was immediately blown into pieces, and the demonic chi flew all over the sky. The powerful Yuanli and demonic chi burned the air, but in the blink of an eye, the demonic chi gained the upper hand and devoured all the power. At this moment, the cloak that had been torn into countless rags suddenly became straight and hard, emitting a dark light and freezing in the air. "Go!" Di Jun's cold voice came from the demonic chi. The countless rags immediately scattered like flowers and attacked the surrounding martial artists. They were unparalleled. Clang! A martial honor hurriedly raised his sword to block. His 7th-tier profound artifact sword was actually broken by one of the rags on the spot. The rag did not lose its momentum and shot into his body. His body turned black in an instant and exploded in the air. Bang bang! Bang bang! The screams of martial artists and the sounds of explosions kept coming from the air. More than 20 people had lost their lives in an instant. They were all low-level martial venerables who had completely fallen in one move. Even those high-level martial venerables who managed to keep their lives for the time being were attacked by the demonic chi. Their bodies began to turn black and they lost their nature. Haha! Power, what a powerful power! A martial venerable suddenly laughed evilly and flew behind Dijun. He knelt down and said excitedly, "Greetings, master." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in horror. At this time, 3 or 4 other martial artists knelt down behind Dijun one by one. Dijun laughed and said, "Haha! I'm in need of some subordinates." He looked at the remaining people and grinned. "All of you have the right to do so. Don't worry, one by one. All martial venerables, step back. Don't let the demonic chi enter your body." Suyu was shocked and shouted. Without the defense of the Emperor Chi of the 9 heavens, there was no way to stop the demonic power. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Those martial venerables were already terrified. They suddenly rushed down and swallowed pills one by one, using their cultivation to resist. A wisp of demonic chi had also seeped into Chao Yaxing's body from that attack. He was horrified and quickly activated his blood god technique in an attempt to force it out. However, he realized that it was of no use. The power of the blood sea, which could corrupt all things, was actually being eroded by the demonic chi. His face instantly turned pale with fear. Looking at the martial artist still kneeling in the sky, he was extremely terrified. He didn't want to become some fiend slave. Chao Yaxing shot up from the ground and turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the blood god. The only person who could save him now was his master. Fleeing in the face of battle? A Saint Martial Emperor's face darkened. He was about to kill Suyu, but Suyu stopped him. "Let him go." The power of a martial supreme was completely useless. One less might mean one less enemy. Those demonized martial supremes began to fight one by one. Their faces showed extreme excitement and monstrous fighting intent. Their strength was much stronger than before. In the sky, there were still 17 martial emperor powerhouses left. Half of them were poor people who were hiding in the burial land and cultivating hard. All of them were holding 8th-tier profound weapons, so their strength was greatly reduced. 2 of them were from the Red Moon City, and the other 5 were from the Origin Department of the Holy Region. All of them had 9th-tier mystic artifacts in their hands, and each of them looked majestic. Clearly, they were much stronger. Suyu had flicked his cloak just now to test the strength of his opponent. He did not expect the strength of his opponent to exceed his expectations. However, he was relieved that there were 17 martial supremes on his side. He was very confident of winning. "Demon," Suyu said coldly, "let me ask you, is the one sealed in this dragon shell your own kind?" "Same kind? It's just a clone of mine," Dijun said with a contemptuous smile. "It's time for me to take it back after being suppressed by you for so long." "Good. Then there's no mistake." Suyu no longer had any doubts and shouted, "Everyone, today's situation is to cut off all cauldrons and sink all boats. If we can seal this demon, not only will everyone receive a 9th-tier profound armament, but they will also be honored guests of the Holy Region." The other 16 people trembled. The value of a 9th-tier profound armament was already great enough, and the status of a guest of the Holy Region was even more difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Even a sect leader would find it difficult to enjoy such an honor. The attraction of these 2 items was absolutely too great. One symbolized strength and wealth, while the other symbolized identity and status. In particular, the itinerant martial artists' fighting spirit instantly rose to the extreme, and they all rubbed their fists and palms. Dijun sneered and said in disdain, "No matter how great the reward is, you have to be alive to take it." With a wave of his hand, the 9 demonized martial supremes immediately transformed again, completely turning into demons. They roared excitedly and rushed out. The 17 martial sovereigns were instantly filled with killing intent as a world-shocking battle erupted. Xia Yunan, who was setting up a communication array in the distance, was busy. After he was done, the 9 complicated arrays on the ground formed a line and gradually stopped operating. Xia Yunan finally heaved a sigh of relief and said to himself, just in case, I've used 7 different methods to send out messages, hoping that at least one of them will be received by the saints. However, the reinforcements will definitely not make it in time. I hope that Lord Su Chu will succeed. He stood up and suddenly saw a plant at the corner of his eyes. It was a plant that had never been seen in the realm of heavenly martial arts. It was completely black, and there was a black fruit the size of an apple hanging on it. It exuded a shocking demonic qi, which was very attractive. Xia Yunan was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, these strange things suddenly appeared in the demonic clouds. This fruit is obviously an evil thing. It's better to destroy it. He turned his hand and smacked it down. A sharp attack landed on the fruit and a defensive barrier was formed, blocking his power completely. What? Xia Yunan was shocked. He was a 3-star martial supreme. He could destroy 10 fruit gardens with 1 palm strike. What the hell? This place is indeed not a good place. Xia Yunan cursed under his breath. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he took out a sword and slashed at the fruit with all his might. Bang! His long sword was blocked by a huge force, and his right hand went numb from the shock. He saw a hand covered in black lines gently pressing on his saber, making it impossible for his power to advance an inch. Xia Yunan was shocked when he saw a figure appear in front of him. He cried out in horror, You're from the Blood God Palace? Why are you stopping me from killing this demonic being? The person in front of him was Chao Yaxing. He had seen him in the team just now. Chao Yaxing gently slapped Xia Yunan's palm and sent him flying. His eyes were filled with shock and excitement as he stared at the black demon fruit. Large amounts of saliva flowed out of his mouth, and his face was twisted. Damn it! Xia Yunan was shocked and furious. He could tell that Chao Yaxing's condition wasn't right. He raised his sword and slashed at him again. He used all his strength in this attack, hoping to succeed while his opponent was focused on the fruit. Humph! Ants die! Chao Yaxing didn't even turn his head. He waved the blood flag in the air behind him, and the sea of blood melted, trying to suck Xia Yunan in. The originally red sea of blood was now flowing with black blood, which was even more daunting. Xia Yunan was shocked. His body turned cold as he watched the demon fly out of the sea of blood and try to devour him. Suddenly, a sword light slashed over and directly shattered the devil that was whistling out. The sword chi condensed in the air and turned toward the blood flag. With a bang, it hit the iron pole and shook it back. Chao Yaxing's body trembled as he turned around and grabbed the blood flag. His black eyes narrowed as he stared at the person who had just arrived. Li Yunxiao. It was Yunxiao, who had just finished refining the Devil Sky Silk from the Divine Realm tablet. At the moment, he had mastered the complete power of a realm, so repairing profound-level artifacts was a piece of cake for him. In the Divine Realm tablet, even if the Blood Beast came out, he was confident that he could fight it. However, he obviously did not have the time now. After repairing the Devil Sky Silk, he came out of the Divine Realm tablet directly and saw the scene of Chao Yaxing trying to kill Xia Yunan. Yunxiao gave him a deep look and sighed. You've joined the devil. What demon? Chao Yaxing raised his eyebrows and scoffed. The beauty of my current state is not something you can understand. He stared coldly at Yunxiao, his whole body on alert as he said in a cold voice, Are you also going to stop me from taking this demonic energy fruit? Yunxiao looked at the fruit behind him. In addition to its pitch-black body and its monstrous demonic flame, it also gave off an indescribable discomfort. Just a glance at it made him feel disgusted, and he wished he could stomp it into the mud. He immediately frowned. That thing is very strange. I advise you not to touch it. Let me destroy it. Xia Yunan also quickly said, Yes, that thing made me feel extremely uncomfortable. Friend, you must kill this demonic being. Although he did not know Yunxiao, he could tell from Chao Yaxing's look that they were old acquaintances, and Chao Yaxing seemed to be very afraid of the young man. Impudent! Chao Yaxing was furious, as if he had been humiliated. He roared, You actually dare to slander the supreme demonic origin fruit. Just in time, Li Yunxiao, the grudge between you and me is over. What? Yunxiao frowned. I don't think there's any grudge between us. Chao Yaxing, perform concealment of spirit and qi. Let me help you get rid of the demonic qi. Haha. What a joke. Chao Yaxing laughed without restraint. I'd be crazy to ask you to help me get rid of the demonic qi. Unfortunately, my divine sense is completely suppressed here, so you can't see my current cultivation level. The aura on his body rose violently and continued to rise. It formed circles of qi fields around him and spread in all directions. Chao Yaxing was extremely excited as he laughed. Haha. See that? Li Yunxiao. I've now reached the cultivation base of a 9 heavens martial sovereign. It's all because of the demonic qi's effect, he said excitedly. I can sense that it's only the beginning of my breakthrough to the rank of a martial sovereign. If I can obtain this demonic essence fruit, it's extremely possible for me to advance another star. Above the rank of martial supreme, 1 star is a world. Do you know how important this demonic origin fruit is to me? There was a trace of sadness on Yunxiao's face as he sighed. Even if one's cultivation base is extremely high, if one doesn't have his own soul, he's just a shell that can kill and fight. Is there any meaning to that? Impudent. Who said I don't have a soul? If I don't have a soul, who is the person you are talking to? Chao Yaxing was enraged and he shouted. I understand now. You just can't bear to see me stronger than you. No wonder you want to stop me from getting the demonic energy fruit. I've been suppressed by you since Mount Meru. When I was in the Blood God Palace, I thought I had far surpassed you. I didn't even consider you an opponent at the beginning. But you poured cold water on me again and left me behind. Now that I can finally beat you, you're afraid. Yunxiao's face returned to calmness as he said indifferently. You've already joined the devil. There's no point in saying more. Since there's no point in talking, then let's fight. Chao Yaxing suddenly burst out with a powerful force as he soared into the sky. The black blood god flag was once again unfurled, and as he descended from the sky, he said ruthlessly, This time, I'll let you understand how powerful the power I've obtained is. This will be the last time Tao Wu will fight with you. His eyes were full of killing intent. After throwing down the blood god flag, he looked up and roared. Countless black blood slaves burst out from the blood sea and began to merge with each other. He put his palms together and slowly pulled them apart in front of him. A bright light that could wash the Milky Way flashed. Although Chao Yaxing had broken through to the great Emperor realm, the battle in the sky above Blood God Palace made him know that the Blood God flag was not enough to defeat Yunxiao. Finally, he began to show his greatest trump card. A dazzling sword was held tightly in his right hand, so bright that even his figure was barely visible. Ice sword! What a powerful force! Chao Yaxing exclaimed excitedly. As expected, only martial sovereigns could unleash the power of a 9th-tier profound armament. I can now hear the voice of the sword. It's telling me to kill you. Xia Yunan's face was pale with fear. He knew he was done for. He stood below in despair and looked at the black blood slave that was falling. The surroundings had already turned into a sea of blood. In addition to the smell of blood, there was also a large amount of demonic qi. It's just a 9th-tier profound armament. Is there a need to be so excited? I also have this thing. Yunxiao's calm expression did not change at all. He gently pointed his index finger, and the sword qi that he had just sent out appeared again, hovering quietly in the air. And it's not just one. Go, he shouted, and another northern heaven-cold star sword shot out. It made a few sword flowers in the air and lined up side by side. Xia Yunan's eyelids twitched violently. He was already shocked that the 2 men in front of him could take out 9th-tier mystic artifacts, but he did not expect Yunxiao to take out 2 at once. 2 aren't enough, Yunxiao said softly. Give me another one. The 3rd northern heaven-cold star sword shot out. Immediately, the 3 swords responded to each other and formed a sword diagram formation. Rays of sword qi spread out and kept on exaggerating. It spread open the entire world of Bloody Sea, preventing the demonic qi from entering. Wah! Damn it! Damn it! Chao Yaxing roared in anger. Yunxiao's behavior was a complete provocation. He pointed his finger at the blood slave, and the blood slave immediately roared and slammed its palms toward the sword diagram. Boom! A large amount of blood and demonic chi rose up. The sword momentum was slightly raised, and it trembled a few times. The blood slave did not have any thoughts or intelligence. It kept clasping its fists and slamming them down. The three swords began to tremble violently, producing clear sounds of battle. Yunxiao only had the strength of a 3-star martial venerable, so it was extremely difficult for him to control the sword diagram to resist the forceful bombardment of a peak martial venerable. Xia Yunan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I would still die even though I have 3 9th-tier armaments. My friend, I've dragged you down. Yunxiao ignored him and simply pointed out his finger. 2 northern heaven cold star swords flew out again and immediately formed a 5-sword diagram. Beams of cold light shone again, and the formation instantly doubled in size. Strange runes condensed in the 5 swords, and a firmament will spread out. Xia Yunan's mouth was wide open as he stared at the 5 northern heavens cold star swords in shock. 5 sword slashes heavenly dipper. Kill! Yunxiao cried out. At the same time, the 5 swords exuded a huge aura, and an ocean of sword chi suddenly spread out and enveloped the blood slave. In an instant, countless sword chi were unleashed, twisting into a blood mist and dissipating. After the 5 swords succeeded, under the control of Yunxiao's incantation seals, 3 of them shot out of the sword diagram and slashed at the blood god flag. Bang! How could the blood god's flag withstand the sword power of 3 9th-grade profound armaments? It broke at the sound and the sea of blood that filled the sky dispersed. Chao Yaxing's eyes narrowed, and the hatred in his eyes increased. The blood god's flag was a profound level weapon that was linked to his life. Although the mark of his mind had been erased after he obtained the icy sword, it was still an item that had accompanied him for many years after all. His heart was in great pain when it was destroyed in an instant. The 5 northern heaven frigid star swords had already flown back and stood quietly around him. They were still shining with each other, flashing with flowing lights and vibrant colors. Step back, Yunxiao said softly, his tone emotionless. Xia Yunan was stunned for a moment. He immediately realized that she was talking about him and quickly said, "Many thanks, many thanks." After he finished speaking, he suddenly ran back. He was completely unable to participate in a battle of this level. Chao Yaxing's eyes were as cold as autumn water. He looked straight into Yunxiao's indifferent eyes and kept shouting, "Good, good, good." It was just that each word was colder than the last, and the strength used in each word was greater than the last. He raised his cold sword, frost, and the power of his weapon accumulation suddenly spread out. It actually shook the space directly. It was as if the sun was shining down, and the power was still increasing. "Feed the sword with your body," Yunxiao said with a solemn expression. "Feed the sword with your body. You also know the wondrous method of feeding the sword with your body?" Since he understood, he knew that he would die today. I can now display at least 1/5 of the power of this cold sword frost. This is not just an ordinary 9th-tier profound artifact, but a peak profound artifact used to suppress the great demon in Mount Meru. Chao Yaxing shouted as his sword lit up the sky and earth. He then ruthlessly stabbed down and said, "A sword like a dream, a sword like nothing." The sword momentum was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Just the power alone was enough to crack the earth. It was truly heaven-shattering. Yunxiao's expression did not change. The 5 swords stood around him, and the boundary formed between them made the place where he stood quiet, unaffected by the sword power. A beam of light emerged in his right hand and gradually turned into a 1,000-year blade, which absorbed his primordial energy endlessly like a vortex. The light on the 1,000 autumn's tyrannical saber grew brighter and brighter. As if it had sensed the power of the cold sword, it began to hum madly. For a moment, saber chi filled the air. Yunxiao's face flickered under the cold and fierce saber light as he said, "One blade of time, one blade of 1,000 autumns." The 1,000 autumn's tyrannical saber suddenly let out a long cry, and saber chi soared into the sky, completely covering the radiance of the 5 northern heavens' cold star swords. It transformed into the evil appearance of a corpse puppet in the air, and swallowed the sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The saber light and the sword chi collided, and a cold killing intent burst out, illuminating the dark sky as if it were daytime. The light pierced through the sky and swallowed the two. Xia Yunan, who was watching from a distance, was completely stunned. Not only did this young man take out another 9th-tier profound artifact, but the power of this blade was actually comparable to a sword that had reached the level of a martial supreme. It was not at all inferior. Under the backlash of the collision, Yunxiao's sword gleamed as a cold air invaded his veins and internal organs, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The 5 northern heaven frigid star swords had no power to control them after he had struck with all his might, and they all returned to his body. The 1,000-year tyrannical saber had also dimmed and turned into an ordinary object. Yunxiao's indestructible golden body flickered unsteadily, and he was still badly wounded by the sword. Although it doesn't have the might of Emperor Qi, it truly possesses the power of the 9 heavens realm. That demonic Qi is really terrifying. Yunxiao looked up at the sky in shock. Although there was only a thin line between a peak martial venerable and a martial supreme, it was so far away that it was almost impossible to reach. Chao Yaxing was able to cross this chasm by relying on the opportunity he had after becoming a demon. It was not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because of his unusually powerful demonic qi. How could it be? Chao Yaxing's face turned completely blank as he said, "How could this be? I've already reached this level, but I still can't beat you." Bang! His arm suddenly exploded, and a cloud of demonic qi exploded. The ice sword fell from the sky, and with a clang, it stabbed into the ground, sinking into the sword. Bang, bang, bang! Chao Yaxing's body began to explode in succession as the blade aura of the 1,000 Autumn's tyrannical saber entered his body. His body and meridians were unable to withstand it, and they burst out one by one, blasting open all of his major acupuncture points. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Chao Yaxing's face was filled with despair as he continued to growl. His consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. Finally, his entire physical body was destroyed, and he closed his eyes unwillingly. Yunxiao's expression was stern, and a faint sigh flickered in his eyes. Chao Yaxing was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. If she had not met him, her future would have been limitless. Moreover, the two of them were evenly matched in strength. It was just that his divine body was able to withstand the sword qi wreaking havoc in his body, while the other party didn't have the inextinguishable golden body, so he could only die. With a casual wave of his hand, the cold sword of frost was absorbed into his body. This was the same as the Dynasty Bell, a supreme profound artifact used to suppress Dijia. Although they were both 9th grade, its power was far above that of the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword. Amazing! So amazing! Xia Yunan came back to his senses and ran over in shock. He praised, "Friend, you really can't judge a book by its cover. You've even killed a martial supreme realm demon." Yunxiao? Yunxiao gave him a look and asked, "Have Su Wan and the others gone to seal the fiends?" Xia Yunan responded and told her everything he knew. Yunxiao frowned and said worriedly, "For Chao Yaxing to have such an accident, I'm afraid that something must have happened to Su Yu and the others." Xia Yunan laughed. "Don't worry. With Lord Su and the masters from UNC around, no demon can do anything. There are more than 10 martial sovereigns alone. This force is considered first class on the mainland." "Naive," Yunxiao snorted. If nothing had happened, how could Chao Yaxing, who was at the peak of the martial honor realm, have any problems? Furthermore, how could he still run back after being possessed? Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked up into the sky. He saw that Chao Yaxing's body, which had already exploded, did not fall down. Instead, it turned into a mass of demonic qi and bloody meat paste, which kept rolling in the air and gradually condensed into the shape of a demon. "What the hell is this?" Xia Yunan was shocked, and a chill ran down his spine. He quickly hid behind Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face was livid as he said angrily, "What an overbearing demonic aura! Can't you give the dead any dignity? Even after death, we will be used and trampled on." The demon in the sky gradually took shape. Its ferocious face still retained some of Chao Yaxing's appearance, but its aura was still above the demonized Chao Yaxing. Suddenly laughed and rushed down. Yunxiao was on full alert. The attack just now had drained all his strength. He was about to ask his disciple to fight when the fiend suddenly stopped in the air. Its eyes filled with horror as it stared at the fiend energy fruit. Ah! The demon suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech as its body trembled. It seemed to be extremely afraid of the fruit as it tried to escape to the horizon. All of a sudden, the fruit that had been motionless suddenly changed. The vines around it flew up in an instant, wrapping around the demon like countless tentacles and dragging it down. The leaves around the fruit suddenly opened up and formed a big mouth, swallowing the demon directly. The leaves, which had formed the shape of a mouth, kept chewing, and the sound of bones being chewed made Yunxiao and Xia Yunan shiver. Soon, the devil was devoured and digested by the devil origin fruit. The leaves opened up again, and all the branches and tendrils were retracted. The devil origin fruit was a bit stronger than before, and the devil chi was even thicker. Damn it! Yunxiao cursed. It's so fucking strange. He opened the heaven's eye on his glabella and released the divine phoenix flame, which burned toward the flame. Ordinary attacks were probably no longer enough to deal with this fruit. All living things had an instinctive fear of fire. The first thing he thought of was to try burning it with fire, let alone the phoenix divine fire. The demonic energy fruit reacted as expected. It spurted out a large amount of demonic chi to protect the fruit. The demonic chi blocked the outside and the true phoenix fire couldn't burn it in. Demonic energy surged inside the raging fire, but the demonic energy fruit was intact. Xia Yunan was completely stunned. The strange things that happened today were more than what he had seen in his life. What? Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment before he flew into a rage and shouted, "I don't believe that I can't even handle a single fruit." A ray of light shot out of his heavenly eyes, and the divine realm tablet flew out and landed above the demonic energy fruit. The power of the earth and the territory was activated, and the infinite gravity gathered on his body and pressed down fiercely. The entire space was distorted by the gravity. Even Xia Yunan felt great pressure. The space twisted toward the demonic energy fruit, trying to crush it into powder. This time, the demonic energy fruit was really afraid. Countless roots emerged from the ground and directly separated from the soil bag, wanting to fly away. Xia Yunan's eyes almost popped out. First, he was shocked that this fruit could actually fly, and second, a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. The young man casually threw out another 9th-tier profound artifact. "Humph, you want to escape? In your dreams." Yunxiao performed the Great Realm Divine Technique, opening the 4 major territories. The power of the world suddenly emerged on the Divine Realm Tablet, firmly suppressing the fruit. Then, the power of the world circulated and slowly absorbed the fruit into the tablet. The fruit kept struggling, and countless vines danced in the air, like demons and ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, but it was to no avail. In the end, it was completely absorbed by the Divine Realm Tablet. With a point of Yunxiao's finger, the divine monument flew into his forehead, and everything finally calmed down. However, the ground was full of potholes, all caused by the roots of the fruit. Xia Yunan licked his dry lips and said with difficulty, "My friend, are you the son of some great alchemist in the Sea of Soul Formation?" Yunxiao gave him a glance, then sat down cross-legged on the spot and said, "I'm going to meditate for a while to recover my energy. Please protect me." Xia Yunan nodded repeatedly, then sat cross-legged in the air above Yunxiao to protect him. His essence force had been completely exhausted during the battle with Chao Yaxing, and repairing the Devil Sky Silk had consumed a lot of his soul force. He had also used the Divine Fire and the Divine Realm Tablet, so his soul force had also been completely exhausted. Fortunately, his cultivation technique was heaven-defying, and he circulated the Great Expansion Divine Technique and the Synchronized Fate Technique one after another, directly absorbing a large amount of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal source. The dried-up meridians were like a raging river, pouring into his dantian. With the continuous improvement of his strength, the amount of yuan qi he absorbed with each circulation of the cultivation method had also increased greatly. Moreover, the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique had always been at the initial stage of the imperishable golden body. Without the follow-up cultivation method, it was difficult for him to advance further. This had also produced a corresponding benefit, and that was that the yuan qi required for advancement had gradually begun to return to normal. Boom, boom, boom! An extremely powerful tremor came from the sky and the ground, reaching 10,000 miles. A huge essence energy fluctuation spread out, and the sky changed color. This is the direction of the Swan and I. Xia Yunan was shocked. He stood up and looked into the distance in horror. It was the direction that Su Yu and the others had gone to. Is Lord Su really in big trouble? Boom, boom, boom. After the first rumble, more and more noises came, and Yunxiao could no longer remain calm. He frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Friend, Lord Su and the others are really in trouble. Xia Yunan quickly landed from the sky and said, "Let's hurry up and rescue them." Yunxiao gave him an indifferent look and said, "Let me go. With your weak strength, you'll only cause more trouble." Xia Yunan, Ing Luo. He knew that Yunxiao was not lying, so he said awkwardly, Ahem, I'll leave this Ing Luo to you, friend." Yunxiao said softly, then turned into a beam of light and flew in the direction of the energy fluctuation. Huge energy fluctuations kept coming from the horizon, showing the tragic and shocking situation of the battle. Many of the martial honors were hit by the aftershock and were unlucky enough to turn into ashes. Even those who were slightly luckier were seriously injured, making their original injuries worse. It was even more difficult for them to resist the invasion of the demonic qi. Then, a large number of martial honors were demonized and rushed into the battlefield. Kill all these demonized people. A sharp look flashed in Su Fang's eyes. At this moment, there was no room for mercy. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of one of the martial sovereigns. The sword in his hand slashed out a sword light, and several demonized martial venerables suddenly exploded into demonic qi that filled the sky, kept rolling and was about to condense into demons. Humph! The martial emperor snorted and performed several sword techniques again. One by one, he slashed out and killed all the demons, turning them into demonic qi. This scene made the martial supremes, who were still struggling to resist the invasion of the demonic qi, feel a chill in their hearts. Although they understood that being killed after being possessed by the demonic qi was the best situation, it was still difficult for them to accept this scene. No matter who it is, Su Yu said, "If you are demonized, kill them immediately. I am no exception." Everyone's heart trembled, and they began to kill even more desperately. No one wanted to become a submissive slave and even die without dignity. In the battle formation, Dijun was besieged by everyone and was at a disadvantage. He was overwhelmed and in danger. However, his body was made of demonic qi, so he didn't die after being pierced by the Emperor Qi. He just lost a lot of energy. The crocodile also dodged with him, and it was constantly growling. "Call your sister. Be more serious." Dijun was furious. He cast a demonic seal in the air and slapped it on the crocodile. A trace of fear appeared in the crocodile's eyes. When the demonic seal hit its body, it immediately turned into astral winds and dissipated. The astral winds howled in the battle ring. Dijun clenched his 5 fingers and the astral winds immediately rotated, protecting him in the middle. Then, Dijun's hands continued to form seals, and black demonic seals entered the astral winds one after another. A wild roar came from the wind. "It's an elemental monster. No wonder it's so strange and difficult to deal with." A martial sovereign brandished his sword and rushed forward, shouting, "The Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens is enough to suppress all demons, ghosts, and monsters. Even if it's an elemental manifestation, it can't escape the suppression." Suyu's expression darkened and she suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" However, it was too late. The martial emperor's sword chi had already rushed into the astral wind, intending to break it and hurt Dijun. Humph! Ignorant. Dijun sneered. The astral wind suddenly condensed into a crocodile's head. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the martial sovereign in an instant. The speed of the astral winds gradually slowed down, and a dried corpse was thrown out from it. It was the martial sovereign's body from earlier. It had been weathered away, and it looked as if it had been there for 10,000 years. Everyone's face fell and they looked horrified. The martial sovereign had the 9 heavens emperor chi protecting him, and ordinary elemental power could not hurt him at all. However, the astral wind had penetrated his body and turned him into a dried corpse. At this moment, the primordial squall calmed down and a huge monster appeared beside Dijun. It had a demonized body with 3 heads and 6 arms. However, all 3 of its heads were crocodile heads. It was shaking its head as if it was very dissatisfied with its appearance. His 6 arms were also rubbing their palms together. One of them was holding the sword of the martial supreme from earlier, and he was hacking and slashing with it. Suyu and the others' expressions changed. This monster looked like a troublesome thorn, completely different from the obedient crocodile from before. Roar! The crocodile monster instantly charged toward the nearest martial supreme. Its head instantly enlarged by several times and it opened its mouth to bite down. That martial sovereign was suddenly startled. Both his hands instantly formed a seal, forming a golden seal that flickered with golden light in front of him. Various patterns continuously appeared on it as he blasted it over. Ultimate Flux Overlord Seal. Boom! The crocodile's huge head was blown off, leaving only 2 heads. The martial sovereign was overjoyed, and his heart that had been in his throat finally relaxed. He did not seem to be as difficult to deal with as he had expected. Hoo-hoo! All of a sudden, tiny gusts of wind began to blow around him, forming hair-thin strands of wind that instantly sliced toward the center. The martial sovereign was shocked. He tried to resist it with his chi, only to find that the sky was filled with these tiny wind threads. They were like countless insects chirping. They cut through his emperor chi defense and came to him. At the same time, the crocodile monster with only 2 heads left raised its sword and slashed down. Its other hand clenched into a fist and punched out, forming a black demonic fist in the air that whizzed down. Fang Zhao, the other martial supreme who knew him, was shocked. He roared and rushed forward, but it was too late. All of the crocodile monster's actions were completed in the instant it exploded its head. The martial supreme's heart instantly sank, and his defensive power was shattered. The demonic fist smashed into his body and jolted into his body, causing great damage and spreading. The crocodile didn't continue to attack after its punch. Instead, the astral wind in the air blew over again and condensed into a complete crocodile head. It pressed on its neck and turned back into 3 heads. Fang Zhao, you're so silly. The martial sovereign hurried forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. Fang Zhao interrupted him directly. The punch didn't seem to be a big deal, and he sounded quite dispirited. Phew, you scared me to death. If there's nothing, I'll run away. The martial sovereign heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Zhao's figure flashed before him and he punched out. Caught off guard, his chest was broken and a huge force came out from his back. His entire upper body was almost shattered. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated in everyone's heart. They were all greatly shocked and revealed a look of horror. Fang Zhao kicked the martial emperor down from the air. Fang Zhao's appearance was revealed to everyone. His black eyes and skin covered with black patterns were completely demonized. How long had it been since the crocodile transformed into a crocodile monster? 2 martial sovereigns had been killed, and one of them had even become an enemy with a huge increase in strength. The swan and the rest of the people all felt their throats dry and their palms were sweating. Greetings, Master. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with endless magic power. Fang Zhao knelt down in front of Dijun, his face full of excitement. Dijun laughed and said, "Ha ha! Kill them. Kill them all. If you don't die, I'll grant you the honor of being my food. Yes. Feng Zhao was overjoyed, as if becoming food was a supreme honor. He suddenly rushed toward Su Yu and the others. He didn't care how many people there were, and he was determined to blow up the blockhouse to block the muzzle. Su Yu's expression was extremely ugly as she ordered. The 5 people from UNC will use the Hinayana Heavenly Ultimate Formation with me to suppress this demon. The rest of you will deal with this demonized martial emperor and the giant crocodile monster. Yes. Everyone received the order and split up their work. The battlefield expanded in an instant. Su Chu took the lead and rushed directly to Dijun with 5 people. Her hands continued to form seals, and the entire sky began to change. Hold him back and give me some time, Su Yu shouted, and a white flag appeared in her hand. She waved it in the air, and it turned into 9 colored flags. One by one, they shot into the sky and settled in 9 positions. They continued to grow bigger and waved in the face of the surging devil chi. Dijun's body trembled. After the 9-colored flag was located, he felt an inexplicable restlessness, as if some kind of rule power was surging. He was furious. He instantly turned into a beam of demonic light and rushed towards one of the flags. He gathered his demonic palm and wanted to break this formation. Demon, you're looking for death. A martial emperor from the UNC division slashed his sword and snorted. A sword that pierces the sun and flows through hundreds of rivers, shaking the 4 seas and ice rivers. It turned into an ice-cold light, and the sword light actually converged into the shape of a waterbird. It fluttered as if it was about to fly, and condensed in the air. It was actually an unparalleled sword chi, and the sword left no trace, slashing the demonic palms that filled the sky. A sword that doesn't move is like a mountain. A sword that doesn't flow is like 1,000 miles, and it can exist forever. With a cold groan and a flash of purple light, a purple-robed old man thrust his long sword out. It instantly turned into 3 infinite sword wills. The purple light cut through the demonic cloud and covered Dijun, killing him with sword chi. Boom! Dijun's body was crushed into pieces in an instant. He turned into demonic chi and escaped. In the distance, he condensed into a physical form with a look of shock and anger in his eyes. The people before him were not only a little stronger than the martial sovereigns who had attacked him earlier, but they were also able to hurt his body. The peacock unleashes its tail, and the sun is revealed. A martial emperor chanted softly. A figure flashed and a round plate suddenly appeared above Dijun. It was emitting divine light spots like a sun and a wheel. Then it suddenly struck down. Dijun's face darkened. He was livid with anger. He stomped his feet in the air and rushed toward the jade plate. His hands kept forming all kinds of seals, which turned into a demonic shadow and hit the jade plate. A powerful aura burst out, and 2 spiritual pressures of different colors spread. Bang! The jade plate trembled and was pushed back. The martial sovereign who was hiding in the dark revealed his true appearance and let out a muffled groan. He had suffered internal injuries. Although this demon is strong, it's not as strong as we imagined. If we work together, we might not need the Chief's Hinayana Heavenly Death Formation to kill this demon. The purple-robed old man stood still with his sword in hand. He waved his purple sword and stabbed forward again. The martial sovereign who had transformed into a white bird also raised his sword again. The sword momentum was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, endless and crossing the sky. The martial sovereign who was using the jade plate took a deep breath again. The jade plate was like a sun and a wheel, and it was like a peacock spreading its tail as it attacked. There were 2 other people who quietly stood guard beside Su Yu, protecting him in order to prevent any disturbances when he was setting up the array. Dijun's expression changed drastically, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his right hand, and the ancient pagoda slowly emerged from his palm. It grew larger and larger, and an indescribable ancient charm shook out, as if it was telling the desolation and desolation of the endless years. What is this? Everyone instantly felt an indescribable sense of danger. Even the two martial emperor powerhouses who were guarding Su Yu's side had a change in expression. They suddenly attacked in shock. Myriad palm strikes. One chi of heaven and earth. Heaven shaking divine halberd. The two guardians also exploded with powerful auras. They turned into two rays of light and attacked the ancient pagoda at the same time. The five of them joined forces and covered the sky. Their powerful auras spread far and wide, causing the martial emperors who were surrounding the crocodile to tremble in fear. Dijun's expression changed drastically. The five auras were enough to crush his body and even suppress him. In his anger, countless demonic chi gushed out of his body and poured into the ancient pagoda. A ray of light shot out and the power of the world was activated. Tens of thousands of divine lights flew up. Boundless heaven and earth, boundless nature, true fiend magic seal. Let's go. Dijun shouted suddenly. His real body transformed into his Dharma Laksana with 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms made hand seals at the same time, and countless incantations were sent into the ancient tower. The power of the world began to circulate. 5 extremely powerful attacks rushed into the power of the world. Immediately, he felt his vital chi freeze. The level 9 Emperor chi that could break through everything also slowed down. The 5 9th tier profound weapons gave off a strong tremor, piercing people's eardrums. Blood started to flow out of their blowhole. What's going on? What is the origin of this ancient pagoda? The purple-robed old man's face turned pale. He suddenly poured another mouthful of vital chi into the sword in horror, suppressing the trembling in fear. The sword chi spread out in the world power. Boom! A huge force exploded, and the purple-robed old man spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The other 4 gritted their teeth and fought with all their might against the ancient pagoda. The power of the purple-robed elder's attack caused the power in the ancient god battlefield to become chaotic and lose its balance. It suddenly shrank and then expanded again in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 figures were sent flying one by one, and their blood hung in the sky. Dijun's face turned ugly and ferocious. The battlefield of the ancient gods had returned to his hands before it had even fully developed, and his spiritual chi had been greatly reduced. This caused his heart to ache. This profound level weapon was already severely damaged, and every time it was used it would be consumed. If it wasn't for the fact that the demonic chi in this place was so strong that he could better drive the pagoda, he would not have been willing to take it out. Sure. Sure. Li. A series of strange words came out of Dijun's mouth. The battlefield of the ancient gods was suspended beside him. His 6 arms began to make hand seals at the same time. The demonic chi in his body began to strengthen gradually with the spell. It seemed to have absorbed endless power from a distance and was rising bit by bit. Not good. This demon's power seems to be endless. The purple-robed elder dragged his heavily injured body over with a look of shock on his face. The other 4 people also flew back, all of them with blood at the corner of their mouths and pale faces. It was as if the 9th tier profound armaments in their hands had met their nemesis. Under that attack, they were at a disadvantage and had lost all their spiritual energy. It's indeed a magic power extraction technique. Su Yu's face darkened and she said coldly, "There is indeed an endless stream of demonic chi entering the 9 skies and 10 lands. However, my Hinayana heavenly ultimate formation can seal the 6 paths and 5 elements and completely isolate us from the outside world." He pointed his finger in the air, and the 9 flags on the coordinates began to spin. Waves of strange power spread out, and the world seemed to change. The 5 UNC members were overjoyed, and one of them praised, "Lord Sufang's Hinayana heavenly ultimate formation is famous across the continent. I'm afraid no one can break it except for the light of the throne." As expected, Dijun's expression changed and he opened his eyes in horror. In the depths of this world, he was isolated from the demonic source of the outside world. Even the connection between Dijia and his demonic source had been cut off. Devil. Sufang's formation had been completed. Under his control, the 9 flags began to move. There were strange patterns carved on them that reflected each other and connected into one. Under the resonance of the 9 flags, a crack suddenly appeared in the formation, dispersing the demonic clouds. A bright light slowly shone in, and along with the light, an awe-inspiring heavenly might shook everyone's heart. Su Yu's expression was grave. His Hinayana heavenly ultimate formation was extremely powerful and was his strongest trump card. Not only was it an extremely powerful defensive formation, but it could also be used as a sealing formation. Furthermore, it contained an apocalyptic killer move heavenly light cloud shadow. It conformed to the laws of the heavenly Tao and was enough to obliterate everything. Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. When the mysterious young man saw him, he recited a poem and directly pointed out his trump card, then tried to persuade him to fight the demon. Perhaps at that time, the young man had realized that only his rule of the heavenly Tao could kill the existence in front of him. Su Yu's heart trembled, and he could not help but speculate about Yunxiao. But at this moment he had no time to think too much. He focused all his attention on the array and carefully guided the light to fall. Dijun's heart was filled with horror. He looked up at the light in the sky and felt that he was about to be destroyed. This feeling made him feel very absurd. He was the immortal demon master. How could he die? A sense of anger and humiliation rose in his heart. With a loud shout, he no longer cared about the ancient god battlefield in his heart. He activated it with all his might, and pieces of territory began to spread from the surroundings of the ancient tower. It was as if a world was emerging in front of everyone's eyes, like an ingenious craftsman building an exquisite model of the world. The 6 of them were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had never seen such a profound level weapon that could transform the heaven and earth. They could only find some clues in legends and historical records. Especially Su Wan, who was a 9th-tier great alchemist and had a deep understanding of profound artifacts. After a brief daze, he understood and cried out in horror. A supreme-grade profound level weapon. Oh my god! What did I just see? It's actually a supreme-grade profound level weapon. The other 5 people were also greatly shocked. Each and every one of them was completely stunned. Suddenly, they recalled the shiver when their own 9th-tier profound weapon had collided with the strange force around the ancient tower and finally understood what had happened. A supreme-grade profound level weapon, and not Noah's ship. This is a historical moment. Su was extremely excited. At this moment, he was unable to focus his mind and spirit. The divine light that descended became a little unstable, which gave him a shock. He knew that this was not the time to be distracted. The other party had a legendary transcendent-grade profound level weapon. Su Yu, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly became a little unconfident. She did not dare to split herself up again and focused all her attention on controlling the array. Damn you scum! Myriad forms, for poles as 1, 10,000 demons as 1. Dijun did not dare to hold back any longer. He poured all his power into the ancient tower. The battlefield of the ancient gods was fully developed. Although it was incomplete, the Demon Master Emperor and the profound level weapon had long been won. Although Dijun was only a part of his body, he still had the power to control it. A powerful and suffocating power was born, causing the 9 flags to tremble as if they were about to be shaken out of the coordinates. Everyone, help me! Su Fang's face turned pale. The power of the battlefield of the ancient gods made his Hinayana heavenly ultimate formation tremble and suppress. This was a situation that he had never encountered before. Even if a peak martial supreme was trapped in his formation, it would not be easy to escape. The 5 of them were shocked as they injected their energy into the 9 array flags to help them resist the power of the transcendent-grade profound level weapon. Stabilize the chi and change the shape, the light of the sky and the shadow of the clouds. All things return to the ruins. Kill the devil. Su Fang exerted the power of the array to the extreme, and the beam of light finally fell directly into the ancient pagoda. The world fell silent for a moment, as if there was no sound at all. The entire world was silent and empty. Boom! Then there was a loud explosion. The sky and earth cracked, and a huge energy swept out. The 9 array flags were instantly shaken out and flew in all directions. Su Chu, Yuan Si, and the other 6 were all swallowed by the energy. In the distance, Fang Zhao had already been killed. Everyone was still fighting with the giant crocodile when they suddenly trembled. Everyone looked over in shock and saw a huge force sweeping them all in. The devil cloud world suddenly became dazzling, and light shone for thousands of miles. The bright light lasted for a long time. Yunxiao, who was rushing over from a distance, suddenly stopped and looked at each other in horror as he muttered, "This dense light is Su Fang's heaven light cloud shadow. Has he finally used this killer move? Can you kill Di Jun?" The light was not only dazzling, but it also brought a strong shock to the soul. Yunxiao's face was solemn. Although Su Fang was famous for his array skills, he was also a master on the heaven and earth power chart. If it were not for the fact that his Hinayana Heavenly Death Array was too slow to play its role in the battle between the two, even if he could not enter the top 10, he would at least be in the top 20. "Can it be killed? You must be joking." The demonic dragon's cold voice was heard. If he could kill a demon at this level, then were all those powerful beings from a long time ago fools? Was there a need to dismember his body and then suppress him one by one with a supreme grade profound level weapon? This level of power is at most similar to that skeleton's attack. Yunxiao frowned and snorted. Times have changed. The world has changed as well. These demons had been suppressed for a long time and might have been weakened beyond recognition. Perhaps the almighty experts from long ago suppressed them so that they could be exterminated today. "Humph!" The evil dragon snorted and said disdainfully, "Do you even believe that?" Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he smiled wryly. Indeed, even he himself did not believe this. In any case, the demon who owns the ancient pagoda will be seriously injured by this blow. At worst, I'll put him into the divine realm tablet and suppress him forever. After saying that, Yunxiao flew forward at a high speed. After the shocking blow, no one could be seen in the sky. After finishing one chapter, he suddenly realized that he owed so much. There were still 7 more chapters to go. Why did he owe so much? Below the burial land, within the dragon shell, it was dark. As soon as Di Jia stepped into it, he felt a force pressing down on him. It was like a domain, but it was countless times stronger. "This is the misty dragon breath?" Di Jia was shocked. He took back his front foot that had just stepped in and said, "How many years has it been? To think that there's still a dragon breath left. The ancient true dragon is indeed the strongest." Huiyin's face was also a little pale as she said in shock, "Master, is this the aura left behind by a level 10 divine realm expert? I'm a 4-star martial emperor, but I can't believe I feel so oppressed. I can't help but want to worship him." Di Jia casually made a seal that shook into Huiyin's body and said, "The immortal state isn't rare, but the true dragon is also an extremely powerful being among the true spirits. It's not something ordinary 10 true spirits can compare to." With the devil seal in, Huiyin immediately felt the pressure on her decrease, and the black qi on her body became a little thicker. She said happily, "Thank you, Master. You're pretty strong. Keep it for now and eat it later." After Di Jia finished speaking, he strode into the dragon shell. Huiyin's face showed an extremely honored look as she followed him. The two of them moved quickly in the dragon shell. Di Jia frowned slightly and said to himself, "This dragon breath actually has a flow. This monastic robe." He looked at the broken seals on the ground, as well as the dragon breath and various energy fluctuations. This proved that someone had entered first and broke through all the obstacles. Di Jia was full of suspicion. The two of them ran for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before they suddenly stopped. They saw a flash of fire in front of them, and it was bright. His heart trembled and his expression darkened. He stomped on the ground and slowly walked over with Huiyin. The dragon breath should be gathering here." Several flames lit up around Hung Yuan, illuminating the ground. He began to observe carefully and constantly groped the ground with his hands. Then he was surprised, laughed, and struck out his palm. The dust was immediately blown away, revealing the lines of array patterns on the ground. They exuded a strong power of dragon breath, which shook back his palm force. As expected, everyone in the Sea of Soul formation was overjoyed. Xianxia hurriedly performed his cultivation technique and kept hitting the ground, making the entire formation appear. Following that, a majestic formation appeared. The structure was so complex that it dazzled everyone. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. This formation is without a head. It seems to have no beginning or trace. I can't find a place to start. Hong Yuan's eyes were also extremely solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "This is the center of the dragon shell, and the dragon shell is the center of the entire dragonized pool. Those people who sealed the Demon Master not only gathered the power of the entire dragon transformation pool's terrain on the dragon shell, but also the power of the dragon shell here. No wonder the Demon Master has been unable to escape for so long." He pondered for a while and said, "I'll try to forcibly activate the demonic chi in the seal and see if I can make the Demon Lord wake up on his own. He can break the seal from the inside. We'll work together from the outside. This way, the success rate will be extremely high. I just don't know how much strength the Demon Lord has left after being sealed for so long." A strange look flashed in Hong Yuan's eyes. He began to conjure with his hands in the air, forming symbols one after another. They gathered on his palms and directly hit into the center of the seal. With his palm force as the center, green rays of light surged up from the ground and spread out like a spider web. They penetrated into the core of the earth and did not trigger the backlash of the dragon breath. All of a sudden, a large amount of black demonic chi rushed out from the green light, enchanting the eyes. All the flames were corroded and extinguished by the demonic chi. Other than the green light on the ground, everything fell into darkness. "Lord Hong Yuan, this demonic chi is dense." Xianxia was shocked. Hong Yuan's face twisted in excitement under the green light. He laughed and said, "Ha ha! True demonic chi. This is indeed the aura of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is right below." His eyes lit up, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He cast spells into the ground, and the seals formed by the green light on the ground kept changing. They were extremely complicated, and everyone in the Sea of Soul formation was dumbfounded. The level of these seals was obviously extraordinary. Yes, it is indeed the aura of a clone. I thought I would have to go through a lot of twists and turns, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Dijia's voice rang out among the crowd. Everyone's attention was focused on unsealing, but no one noticed the sudden appearance of two more people. "Who's there?" Xianxia's body trembled. In an instant, several figures attacked and surrounded the two of them. Their bodies were filled with killing intent, and there were even traces of demonic chi in their killing intent. Dijia glanced at the crowd in surprise and said, "I'm curious about who you are." There was actually pure demonic chi on their bodies, but they were not demonic slaves. Could it be that humans have already found a way to control the demonic chi without changing their minds? He could not help but think of Yunxiao, who also had the same look. He could use the fiend energy but was not trapped by it. "Impudent!" Xianxia shouted. A light circle appeared in his hands and flew out quickly. It turned into 7 slashes in the air and went straight for the two of them. Swish, swish, swish. There was a tearing sound in the air. Dijia smiled and raised one hand. A demon seal flashed on it. Suddenly, the demonic chi that gushed out of the earth vein seal immediately rolled up, flew into his hand, and rolled, condensed into a huge palm, and slammed down fiercely. "This is a Xianxia." Hong Yuan, who had been trying hard to break the seal, was suddenly stunned. He stared at the big hand falling down and even forgot the seal-breaking incantation in his hand. Boom! The big hand swept across the air and shattered the power of the 7 circles of light. The hand gesture was also directed at Xianxia. Everyone was shocked and moved to resist the devil's palm. The black hand landed on everyone's defense and shattered into countless demonic chi. Some of the weaker ones' defenses were directly shattered, and the demonic chi entered their bodies and began to demonize. "Ah! Stop!" Hong Yuan suddenly shouted, his eyes revealing extreme fear, and his whole body trembled as he said, You're the Demon Lord." Dijia's eyes fell on him and stared at him for a while. He said in surprise, "Who are you? You actually recognize me? A possessed body? You must have been forced to take over his body. With your strength, you actually took over the body of a martial ancestor. It's too sad." Hung Yuan's whole body went cold, and he no longer had any doubts. He knelt down directly on both knees and kowtowed desperately. "Demon Lord, I'm Xianxi's successor. And Xianxi, you're his descendant." Dijia showed a surprised look and suddenly laughed. He actually didn't die back then? This scene stunned all the people in the Sea of Soul formation. Hung Yuan was their actual leader, but he knelt down in front of this man and called him Demon Master. Could he be Xianxia? At the thought of this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the people who had been invaded by demonic qi had also knelt down and called out Master. Now no one had any doubts. Hung Yuan said to everyone, "This is the real Demon Master. He's the Emperor. He's our master. Why don't you all kneel down now?" Yi Changying and the others looked at each other. Although they cultivated demonic techniques and had always served the Emperor as the Demon Master, they still found it hard to accept when they saw this person, who was such an ordinary young man. It was like if you believed in a god, and one day, someone suddenly said that he was a god in front of you and asked you to kneel down. No one would be able to accept this. Fortunately, Yi Changying and the others were very strong-willed and knew that Hung Yuan would not lie to them. After a short struggle, they all knelt down one by one. Hung Yuan then said to Dijia, "My lord, Xianxi didn't die that year, but his demonic body collapsed. After he escaped, he sealed the whole thing, as well as the 72 demonic techniques and a demonic seed, for future generations. And I am the successor of this line." He pointed at Yi Changying and the others. "They are all my disciples. Our branch has been working hard to find you, Demon Lord. Finally, heaven rewards those who put in their hearts." Dijia nodded gently. "So that's what happened. Have you been breaking the seal of the dragon transformation pool all this time? You've really worked hard." Hung Yuan was very excited to be praised by Dijia. He said, "In order for the Demon Lord to return to the world, this little bit of hardship is nothing. We've long since discovered that the dragon transformation pool is the place where the Demon Lord is suppressed. But unfortunately, the seal here is too strong, and years of hard work have yielded no results. Thus, my Grandmaster thought of a wonderful method and began to spread the news that the secret to becoming a deity was hidden under the dragonized pool. He also secretly modified and forged a large number of ancient books to describe this place in various ways. This attracted the attention of the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul formation, and they used their power to release you." Dijia frowned and said, "So complicated? You're so considerate. However, I was not released by you. The person you want to release is still under this seal." "What?" Hung Yuan's face changed greatly. "What are you talking about?" He said in shock and anger, "You're not a demon master?" Dijia smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I am the Demon Master. It's just that the Emperor was divided and suppressed back then. I am only one of them. There is another one under this seal and another one outside the dragon shell." Looking at everyone's dazed and confused faces, Dijia chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous. Help me open the seal now and let me retrieve my clone underground." Hung Yuan felt the pure demonic qi in Dijia's body. "So it should be true." He nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency, Demon Lord." After saying that, he took a deep breath and began to break the seal with all his strength. Dijia praised, "You are very good. I can see that your true strength is also very strong. When I recover my true body, I will let you forge a demon body like Xianxi and become my demon servant." Thank you, Lord Demon Lord." Hung Yuan was overjoyed, and he quickly performed seals with his hands, forcibly pouring power into the earth vein, causing a large amount of devil qi to overflow. Dijia looked at the demonic qi, frowned, and said to himself, "Strange. This is all pure true demonic qi. Could it be that this thing was crushed by the dragon's breath down there and completely died, returning to the source of true demonic qi?" Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was filled with suspicion and everyone was anxiously waiting to break the seal, a huge tremor suddenly came from outside the dragon shell. The entire earth seemed to have cracked open, and the core of the dragon shell they were in actually began to collapse at an extremely fast speed. It wasn't just the dragon shell. The sealed land was also rapidly cracking. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was as if the world was collapsing. Everyone's heart trembled and they were all on guard in fear of something happening. The power of Su Feng and Di Jun's attack not only shattered the sky, but also fell directly into the mountains. The dragon's shell was broken, and the whole body began to collapse from the head. The earth vein seal also began to disintegrate. The heavens and earth were truly falling apart, as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! Inside the dragon shell, Hong Yuan was suddenly jolted up by a huge force, and his body flew directly into the sky. As the entire dragon shell collapsed, his body broke through the mountain and was directly shot into the sky, covered in blood. The place where the seal had been was completely broken, and a large amount of true devil chi surged up and condensed in the air. Di Jia's body trembled and he was extremely excited. He laughed and said, "Ha ha! It's mine!" He suddenly rushed up, but he suddenly saw an object falling down, smashing towards his head. His pupils shrank, and he cried out, "The battlefield of the ancient gods!" A figure that looked exactly like him appeared in the air, but his face was as pale as paper. He said coldly, "Clone, how dare you turn the tables on me? I'm not dead yet." He conjured the ancient gods' battlefield with one move and dragged his heavily injured body towards the place where the true demonic chi was surging. The rolling demonic chi gradually solidified and turned into a man's body, which was exactly the same as them. It's not up to you to decide who's the real master and who's the clone. Di Jia's aura suddenly increased, and he revealed his Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. At the same time, a huge black shadow appeared behind him. An arm stretched out from the black shadow, trying to take the ancient god's battlefield. Di Jun snorted and changed his hand seal. The battlefield of the ancient gods shot out rays of light and turned into a huge ancient tower. He rushed to the third avatar anxiously, wanting to devour Di Jia quickly while he was still unstable. This way, he could repair his seriously injured body and devour Di Jia in one fell swoop. Boom! The arm of Di Jia's huge black shadow grew again and grabbed the ancient tower. He quickly cast a spell and sneered, "You can control me on the battlefield of the ancient gods, but you want to use him to suppress me? It seems that your intelligence is worrying. Haha! You're giving me a saint artifact for free." Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, the ancient god's battlefield flew up with a ray of light and slammed into his huge arm. The arm was shattered and turned into a cloud of demonic chi. How is that possible? What? Di Jia was shocked and said angrily, "What did you do in this holy weapon?" Di Jun had already rushed to the side of the clone. His 5 fingers turned into strands of demonic chi and wrapped around the clone completely in an instant. He couldn't help but laugh excitedly and said, "Ha ha! You're the one who's worried about your IQ. If I didn't use it, I wouldn't be so stupid as to use it to suppress you." He waved his hand in the air and was about to take back the ancient god's battlefield. He said coldly, "I'll spare your life today. I'll take you back after I've completely absorbed this avatar." Although Di Jun had obtained a clone, he found that he was too seriously injured to fight with Di Jia. Therefore, he thought of escaping directly. "Damn it! How can I let you have your wish? You can leave, but let go of that avatar." Di Jia was furious. If the third avatar was absorbed by Di Jun and he was in control of the battlefield of the ancient gods, he would have no chance of winning. Boundless nature, myriad devil transformation, Di Jia shouted angrily, and his 3 heads and 6 arms exploded in an instant, turning into 3 identical figures. They rushed up from 3 directions, aiming at the avatar. That thing was even more important than the battlefield of the ancient gods. Struggling ant. I wanted to let you live a few more days, but you didn't know what's good for you. Di Jun shouted angrily and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. Two of his hands kept forming hand seals and blasted out magic seals to attack the three avatars. The three figures suddenly flickered in the air and leaped forward, avoiding all the attacks. What? Dijun was shocked. He didn't know about this move. He said coldly, "Looks like you've got something new." This jumping attack method was obtained when he searched the soul of a martial artist. He didn't expect it to be useful. In the blink of an eye, Dijia's three avatars surrounded Dijun. The three of them instantly turned into the origin of true demonic chi, spinning like a whirlwind. The true demonic chi swept towards Dijun, and Dijia's angry roar was heard. "If I can't get it, then we'll die together." The black demonic chi instantly condensed into Dijia's body again, and his 5 fingers turned into a claw and clawed at the clone. "Die together? You're the one who's going to die." Dijun grabbed the clone with one hand and kicked it hard. The kick was so strong that it almost shattered the space. Dijia was also fighting with his life. This battle was directly related to his life and death in the future, so he could not lose. He rushed up to the kick and let it burst his chest. He also turned into a huge demonic shadow and rushed to snatch the avatar. In the distance, Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Dijun's strength was far superior to Dijia's, but after fighting with the expert from the Saint Realm origin, he was seriously injured, and yet he could still fight Dijia to a draw. However, he had to protect his clone while his injuries worsened, and Dijia soon gained the upper hand. Hong Yuan and the others also looked at them in shock. 2 demon masters had appeared, which made them at a loss. Strictly speaking, there should be 3. Lord Yi Chungying, quickly kill these 2 demons, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Su Yu was sitting cross-legged in an inconspicuous corner of the ground, healing her wounds. She was covered in blood and looked like she was about to die at any moment. "Lord Su Chu." Yi Chungying's expression changed and he said, "What's going on? Were you the ones who caused the huge earthquake just now?" Su Yu gasped for breath, as if it was extremely difficult for her to speak. "That's right. We, the people of UNC, wanted to kill the demon, but we still failed. But now that he is seriously injured, we have to trouble the lords of the Sea of Soul Formation to quickly kill this demon. It is a blessing for the continent." "I see." Yi Chungying's face gradually turned dark as he said coldly, "Your life's mission has been completed. You've worked hard all these years. Now have a good rest." "Eh? Have a good rest? What do you mean by that?" Su Yu looked at Yi Chungying, who was slowly flying over, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Not only him, but 3 of the other UNC people had survived. Not far from him, the purple-robed old man suddenly shouted, "Lord Su, quickly run. They've been possessed by the devil." "Possessed by the devil?" Su Yu was shocked. Looking at Yi Chungying's dark face, she said in horror, "You're so silly." No, you've misunderstood. We didn't join the devil." Yi Chungying quickly shook his head and said, "It's just that what we cultivate are demonic techniques. But to you, the result will be the same. You will all die." His expression suddenly turned ferocious. He waved his right hand and a slash shot out towards Yuan Si and the other 3. He wanted to kill them all in one move. Boom! In the distance, Yunxiao teleported, and the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword immediately slashed out a sword art. Although it could not resist Yi Chungying's attack, it was enough to make it veer off course and hit not far away from the 4 men. "Who is it?" Yi Chungying glared at Yunxiao and said coldly, "Are the young people nowadays so worried about their intelligence? If you were to go into hiding, you'll most likely be able to keep your life." "It's you." Suddenly, a surprised voice came from Hong Yuan, who was not far away. He had been nervously watching the fight between the 2 demon masters, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. It was not until Yi Chungying spoke that he turned around and was stunned when he saw Yunxiao. "Lord Hong Yuan, do you know this man?" Yi Chungying was stunned. Yunxiao also looked over in surprise. "Ah, it's you." He suddenly remembered that Hong Yuan, who had fallen into the pink crystal dust on the South Sea, had been possessed by someone in an instant. Just a cold gaze from the person who had possessed him was enough to make him shudder. He didn't expect to meet him here, Hung Yuan obviously also recognized him. After a moment of surprise, he showed a strange expression and said, "You were only a weak martial king in the South Sea, but your sword just now could shake the sword chi of a martial emperor. What happened?" "What? A martial king?" Everyone looked stunned. Yi Chungying knew about Hung Yuan's incident, and he had just gotten out of the pink crystal dust not long ago. He laughed and said, "Lord Hung Yuan, you've remembered it wrong. Martial king he." "Hi." Hung Yuan's face darkened and he snorted. "Do you think I've remembered wrongly? There must be something strange about this kid. Let's take him down first and not kill him if we can. We can take him back and study him." Suyu and the others felt their hair stand on end when they heard this. "Study them properly. They're using humans as lab rats." "Research your sister." Yun Xiao was also annoyed. He held his sword horizontally and said angrily, "You saved your life on the Southern Sea, but not only did you not kneel in gratitude, you even made a big statement here. However, I'm also very curious about you, so let me bring you back to study it." Everyone's face darkened. These people were all alchemists, and all of them had done a lot of research on human bodies, so they were not surprised. "Impudent! Die!" Yi Chungying shouted coldly as he held a long sword in his hand and slashed it down from the sky. Although he was only a one-star martial emperor, he was still confident that he could kill Yun Xiao. "You're the impudent one." Suddenly, a cold and strange voice came. Yun Xiao had released his two disciples without anyone knowing. Mo Xiaochuan sneered, "Don't you like to be in the limelight? I'll give this scum to you." "He seems to be an elder of the Sea of Soul Formation." Young Emperor Haolian snorted lightly. Without saying a word, his fist intent soared into the sky and instantly obliterated the sword chi. He then threw a punch, wanting to annihilate the Yicheng battalion. "What?" Yi Chungying was shocked. The other party was able to suppress him with his bare hands. "Humph! Humph!" Hung Yuan snorted coldly, and a question flashed in his heart at the same time. He did not see how these two people appeared, so he thought there was something strange about them. With a casual wave of his hand, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, directly tearing apart Xiaohuang Haolian's fist intent world. "What?" Yun Xiao and the others were taken aback, and so was Haolian Xiaohuang himself. Although he was only a 2-stars martial emperor, the strength of his fist intent had reached the immortal realm, and it was almost stable at the peak. Such a powerful punch could be crushed, but no one could tear it apart. However, Hung Yuan had done it. Yi Chungying immediately teleported and hid behind Hung Yuan. His face was deathly pale as he glared at Xiaohuang Haolian with a venomous look. At this moment, the experts of the Sea of Soul Formation also made their moves and surrounded the three of them. Among them, there were 3 martial supreme powerhouses with overbearing auras. Not bad, not bad. It's my turn to be the main character." Mo Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes, and the killing intent in his body suddenly rose. He stared coldly at Hung Yuan with endless killing intent. Hung Yuan's expression was also cold, and he looked straight at him without the slightest fear. The two of them stood opposite each other in the air, and the spiritual pressure of the 5 elements spread out, making the people around them feel a burst of oppression. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, glanced worriedly at the battle between the 2 devils in the sky. Both of them were transformed from true demonic energy, and the sky was filled with demonic shadows. He could no longer tell who was who, but he felt that it was extremely tragic. This was the time to take advantage of the situation. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, although I don't know what your purpose is, it can't be that you want to be slaves to these 2 devils, right? Why don't we bury the hatchet first, and after the 2 devils are done fighting and exterminate them, we'll settle our grudges." "Impudent!" Hung Yuan's face turned cold and he said sarcastically, "How dare you talk about eliminating the Demon Lord? You're really ignorant and don't know what's good for you. We cultivate demonic techniques, and the Demon Master is the god we serve." "Stop joking," Yun Xiao chuckled. "It's true that you cultivate demonic arts, but you are fundamentally different from the slaves of the 2 devils. Do you want to lose your mind like that?" Everyone in the Sea of Soul Formation felt a chill in their hearts. A few of their companions had already fallen into bedevilment. That state indeed made them shudder, and all of them revealed a look of horror. "Don't try to sow discord," Hung Yuan suddenly shouted. "No matter what we do, we must get rid of you first." His hands moved in front of him and devil seals began to appear. It was very similar to the technique used by the great devil. Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly. He placed his right hand on his forehead and sword chi began to spread. The battle between the two of them started as soon as it started. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky. It was Dijun's unwilling roar. Everyone was shocked and suddenly looked at the sky. They saw the demonic shadows fighting fiercely, but the strength was gradually being determined. Dijun's injuries were too serious, and he couldn't perform the battlefield of ancient gods. The more he fought, the weaker he became. Just now, he had let out a roar because his third avatar had been snatched by Dijia. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I finally got it. I'll spare your life today, you piece of trash. Wait for my arrival." After Dijia got the clone, he was not in the mood to continue fighting. He grabbed the clone and was about to leave. The clone's expression remained cold throughout the battle between the two, as if the long years of suppression had caused him to be unable to completely wake up. "Bastard! Don't go!" Dijun roared. His eyes were red, and he chased after them. Dijia smiled coldly. Suddenly, his face changed and he said in horror, "Eh? What's going on?" His eyes fell on the clone, only to see that the face that was exactly the same as his was extremely cold, and the corners of his mouth seemed to have a hint of a sneer. This feeling made his entire body tremble. A wave of horror rose from his heart and spread out uncontrollably. "This is a Xianxia." A drop of cold sweat the size of a bean dripped down from Dijia's forehead, and he made a swallowing sound from his throat. He suddenly tore the shirt of the avatar, and his pupils suddenly widened. In the distance, Dijun rushed over with a mad roar. He raised a breath of demonic chi and wanted to attack, but he was also attracted by Dijia's strange movements. He looked at the avatar and was also shocked. He cried out, "Empty shell!" The clone's chest was empty. Not only that, there were black patterns on the clothes that were originally covering it. They interwove together to form a chain array that was emitting a bright black light. "This is the devil explosion formation." Dijun stopped in shock and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The demonic power that was about to attack Dijia suddenly appeared in front of him and formed a layer of defense. The ancient god's battlefield was once again activated by him. Dijia's face turned even uglier and he roared, "You've been holding it in your hand for so long and you didn't realize it was fake. Are you a pig?" He roared unwillingly and threw the empty shell away. He then used his escape technique to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. However, it was too late. The moment the empty shell was smashed out, it released an intense black light. It shot out like a black moon, devouring the void. Boom, boom, boom. The demon master's empty shell finally exploded, and the whole sky turned dark in an instant. There was no light at all. Dijia and Dijun were swallowed up in an instant, and the whole world fell into an endless black light. The people below were also completely stunned by this sudden change. For a moment, they stood there in a daze. In any case, they couldn't see a trace of light in their eyes. At this time, they couldn't even start a flame. They were all covered in black light. This dark phenomenon lasted for a full 10 minutes before the black chi in the sky gradually dissipated. There was no one in the sky, and he didn't know how the two devils were doing. "Are you dead?" Hung Yuan was the first to look shocked. Obviously, he could not accept this fact at once and was a little absent-minded. In his impression, the demon master should be invincible and indestructible. How could he have been blown up? Yes, he shouldn't be dead, but he's heavily injured. I'm guessing he's hiding somewhere. The look on Yunxiao's face was extremely serious as he swept his eyes across the sky, hoping to find something. "How did you know?" Hung Yuan was stunned. "Those slaves who were demonized by Dijia are not dead," Yunxiao said indifferently. "That proves that their master is still alive. As for the other great demon, did you see that saint artifact? If the master dies, The saint artifact will become an ownerless object and will naturally float in the sky. There's nothing in the sky, so these two people have hidden themselves. I'm afraid their lives are in danger. Hung Yuan could not help but give Yunxiao a few more looks. He did not expect this man to be so meticulous, and the look in his eyes became extremely complicated. I didn't expect both of them to fall into a trap, Yunxiao said with a solemn expression. Since the avatar is a fake, where is the real one? Everyone's hearts were moved. Su Chu and the others' hearts sank. They had originally hoped that they could take advantage of the two great demons when both sides were injured. They did not expect that there was an even more troublesome figure hidden. All of a sudden, the sound of soil bags loosening came from not far away. Everyone's bodies trembled and they looked over vigilantly. At this time, no one could relax. A plant was slowly moving over, constantly cracking the soil bags. The fruit hanging on the plant was black and emitting a dark light, which made people feel cold in their hearts. However, those who had been demonized suddenly widened their eyes as if they had seen the most delicious food in the world. They roared and rushed forward. Without the presence of the great demon, these demonized people's minds were no different from normal people. However, at this moment, all of them had lost their minds and were desperately trying to grab the fruit. A demonic energy fruit? Yunxiao was taken aback. A demonic energy fruit? He had even collected one in the Divine Realm tablet. He only knew that it was extremely strange, but he didn't know what use it had. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the Devil Essence fruit and gradually spread. A black light shot out from it and completely opened the fruit. What shocked people was that a human figure walked out from it. That face was no different from the two devils, and he had a cold smile. A great demon? Everyone's body trembled as they retreated in shock. The great devil sneered and suddenly transformed into a demonic form that was several times taller. It opened its mouth wide and rushed over, swallowing all the demonized martial artists who were so frightened that they didn't know how to escape. They wanted to eat fruit, but they were all eaten by fruit. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, their eyes filled with fear. The demon kept chewing. After he finished eating, he glanced at Yunxiao and flew straight into the air. Standing in the sky, he suddenly cast an incantation seal, which enlarged infinitely. At this time, several black lights flew up from different places and rushed towards the demon. Everyone looked at each other and saw that they were all demon essence fruits. There were big and small fruits, and they were all quietly floating around the demon. There were a total of 7. The most shocking thing happened. The demon energy fruits started to crack one by one. People with the same appearance walked out from each fruit. However, according to the size of the fruit, the chi of the great demon was also different. The great demons that walked out of the fruits all had a cold smile on their faces. The first great demon suddenly opened his mouth wide, and the 7 people who came out later flew into his mouth, letting him devour them. After swallowing 7 people in succession, his body began to gradually change. He seemed to be in some pain as he fused the power of the 7 people. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the great demon finally merged the 7 people into his body and opened his eyes. The devil's eyes flickered with anger as he roared in the sky. Why is there one less? Where did he go? The demon's roar reverberated in everyone's ears. They could feel the ground shaking. It wasn't just a strong roar, but it also showed his anger. Yunxiao's mouth was wide open, and his face was blank. Cold sweat oozed out of his hands. The demonic energy fruit was in his Divine Realm tablet, and he did not know if the demon would be able to find it. If he was discovered, could he still escape? Right now, everyone's heart was no longer thinking about how to defeat the demon, but how to save their lives. The great demon glared down and said coldly, "There's also a fruit. Have any of you seen it before?" All the people under his gaze shook their heads in horror and kept stepping back. Yunxiao shook his head with them, but his heart was sweating. The demon's expression became uglier and uglier. He said coldly, "You think I won't know if you don't tell me? The person who hid my fruit, you will drag everyone down with you. Do you have the heart to do that?" He pointed his finger down from the sky, and an expert of the sea of soul formation was lifted into the air. His entire body was completely restrained, and he revealed a look of horror. No matter how he struggled and screamed, it was useless. If no one says anything, I'll start killing them one by one. Don't you care about the comfort of your little friends? The demon looked at the martial artist coldly and clenched his fingers. The martial artist exploded in the air and turned into meat paste after letting out a scream. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. He said in a cold voice, "Looks like you're really a group of cold-blooded humans. When this person died just now, none of you showed any sadness, only fear. Forget it. I'll search your souls one by one." His gaze fell and began to search for a target. Everyone who was stared at by him felt a chill run down their spines. "My lord," Hung Yuan said hurriedly, "I'm the successor of the demon servant Xianxia." The demon looked at him and was stunned for a moment. He then smiled coldly. "Xianxia's successor? What's the use of having such weak strength? Xianxia is only a demon servant. I can make as many as I want. Since we have some relationship, I'll search your soul first." He raised his hand and struck down with his palm. A ball of demonic light flashed in the air and fell like a meteor across the sky, falling to the ground. Hang Yuan's face changed drastically, and with a look of horror and anger, he roared, "You're not the demon lord, Sir D." He jumped up in shock and retreated with great speed. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts with a voila. Who would dare to resist that demonic chi in the air? Finally, it landed on the ground, and it was like a thunderclap, shaking the earth and mountains. Yunxiao and the people of UNC retreated in one direction, while the people of the Sea of Soul Formation and the Fiend Slaves went in another direction. Immediately, they formed two camps. At this moment, a few more martial supremes flew into the camp. They were the ones who had surrounded the crocodile earlier. Although they were injured by the giant beast, they were not in serious danger. At this moment, the world had changed drastically. They did not dare to stay alone anymore. They gathered around to seek warmth. Among them was Xia Yunan. His eyes fell on Yunxiao, but he hesitated to speak. He was the only one here who knew that Yunxiao had taken the demonic energy fruit. But Yunxiao's mysterious strength and cold warning look made him shudder, and he did not dare to say a word. The demon looked at the ant-like crowd and laughed. "Haha, Demon Lord Emperor? He no longer exists. You can call me Di. I am the demon master of this era." His laughter suddenly stopped, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of ridicule. He sneered. "You finally can't take it anymore? Haha, how sad. You want to absorb and refine me with your intelligence? What a joke." Dia's body suddenly rushed down into a hill, and a shocking demonic chi exploded. Then, a black shadow rushed out and fled to the horizon. Di chased after it, his hands constantly making hand seals. He immediately cast an incantation seal in the sky and imprisoned the black shadow in the distance. "Bastard! Let me out." The imprisoned black shadow was Di Jun. He had wanted to escape when Di attacked, but he had not expected to be trapped in the cage. At this moment, Di Jun was like a lamp without oil. He had turned into a demon and was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He looked ferocious and terrifying, but everyone knew that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was difficult for him to escape this disaster. "Let you go? With my status? You're actually so stupid that I let you out to embarrass myself. I was just bluffing when I attacked those humans just now," Di said with a cold smile. "Do you think that with my methods, if I wanted to kill them, who could escape? The purpose was just to lure you out. I didn't expect that there would be fools who fell for it. You want to absorb me?" Di Jun roared angrily. "I'd rather detonate my true devil essence and die together with you." "Humph, self-destruction? That's only if we have the chance." Di moved over in an instant and punched Di Jun's body, extracting his demonic essence. Di Jun's face turned pale under the powerful demonic shackles. He tried to resist but to no avail, and his aura became weaker and weaker. On one side, Xia Yunan suddenly said, Lord Suyu, what should we do now? If Di absorbed the stupid demon, I'm afraid his strength will double, and we'll all die. Suyu's face was still pale, and she shook her head bitterly. I've already exhausted all my yuan qi. It's impossible for me to recover in a short period of time. What other methods do I have? His eyes fell on Yunxiao as he said, Little friend, do you have any ideas? Now that all of them were injured, Yunxiao and the others had become their backbone. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with determination as he said, Why don't we escape now? Di hasn't finished absorbing the other party yet, so he probably won't have time to care about us. If we don't leave now, we'll be finished. But how do we break through this dense demonic cloud? Suyu nodded and said, I was thinking the same thing. I've been observing this demonic cloud since just now. It seems that nothing can be broken. Now that I've created a gap in the formation, I no longer have the strength to use it anymore. Just as everyone was worrying, a voice suddenly rang out. It was filled with bitterness as it said, You can't break through this demonic cloud. It's basically a world of its own, unless you can break through a world. Or perhaps I can help you. Who is it? Everyone was shocked and became alert. They followed the sound and saw the great demon Dijia sitting not far away, adjusting his breath. His breath was extremely weak. Devil! Everyone was shocked and drew their weapons, ready to fight. Stop! Yunxiao shouted. Stop! He looked at Dijia and suddenly smiled. My lord, he said, it's an honor to come. Dijia's face was listless and he snorted weakly. Don't laugh at me. It's just the winner takes all. I've lost this time. But now they were all in the same boat. If they did not cooperate, they would all die. Whether it's me being absorbed by that clone or you guys being killed by him, none of these are things you guys want to see, right? That's true, Yunxiao nodded. Then, how can you help me break the demonic clouds? I don't have the power to help you break the demon clouds, Dijia said. You have to rely on your own power. But I know the way to break the demon clouds. As long as the demonic clouds are broken, I can escape with ease, and so can you. That's good, Yunxiao said. Please tell me the way to crack it. I'm afraid we don't have much time. He looked up at the sky worriedly. Dijun's aura was getting weaker and weaker. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Dijia stopped talking nonsense. He stood up and a large amount of true devil qi poured into his hand, constantly transforming into all kinds of devil seals and hitting them into the ground. Around him and in the sky, the butterfly-like demonic patterns were gorgeous. Both Yunxiao and Su Wan's pupils constricted as they watched with wide eyes. They had never seen such a hand that performed incantation seals, and their alchemist instincts made them watch intently without blinking. Soon, a huge circular field could be formed around Dijia, emitting demonic qi, but it was very weak. Dijia explained while setting up, This demonic barrier of mine is the same as the demonic clouds of my clone. What I need to do now is to use the zhang to counter the qi. However, my strength is too weak, so I need you to pour your yuan power into it to succeed. Our primordial energy seems to be in conflict with your fiend energy, Yunxiao said suspiciously. Isn't it? Dijia glanced at him and said indifferently, It's indeed conflicting. What I need is your elemental energy to mess up my magical barrier field, and then the production field will explode. It's not difficult to make a hole in the magic cloud. I see, Susu said. Then the more chaotic the power is, the better it is. Dijia nodded. That's right. Your yuan power is one of them. The power of tainted blood is another. There were 2 other martial sovereigns from the Blood God Palace who were present. Their expressions changed slightly and they nodded in agreement. I'll handle the tainted blood. A vigorous voice was heard as a beam of blood light fell from the distance and turned into the figure of the blood god. However, when his eyes fell on Yunxiao, he was no longer as calm as before. However, I have a condition, and that is that this person must be given to me. Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang's expressions darkened at the same time. They were on high alert. They had fought against the blood god before and knew how powerful he was. If that's your condition, then you can take a break. Mo Xiaochuan sneered. The scion's face was filled with killing intent as he coldly said, "In that case, no one should leave. We'll wait here for the demon to descend." Although he had successfully expelled the devil chi from his body, his vitality had been greatly damaged. He did not want to fight Mo Xiaochuan head-on in such a complicated situation. However, he would rather everyone die than lose the blood fiends. Besides, he speculated that Yunxiao still had a supreme-grade mystic artifact, which was an important reason why he could not let him go. The blood god's determined and unyielding appearance made the atmosphere tense. Su Su frowned and said with a hint of anger, "Blood god, you can settle your personal grudges with him after this. How can we allow you to mess around in this time?" The scion's face turned cold as he said, "I'm sorry, Lord Su Chu. This time we have to settle our grudges. This kid's escape technique is extraordinary. If he goes out, I really don't have the confidence to catch him." At this time, Su Fong and the people from the Holy Region were seriously injured, and he was too lazy to care about his face. Su Yu's face revealed an unhappy expression as he didn't expect the blood god to dare to attack Wu and I at this time. However, everyone was injured and he was the strongest. It wasn't good to forcefully order him, so he could only say, "I can deal with it. You can state any conditions you want." "No conditions." The scion shook his head. "I must have him." Su Yu was furious. She did not expect the blood god to be so ungrateful. She said coldly, "Lord Blood God, you're really giving me face." The blood god's face flickered, and his eyes flickered. If he completely offended the sacred zone, he would not have a good ending even if he got Yunxiao. Unless he refined the blood fiends and the transcendent grade profound level weapons, that would be the case. After pondering for a while, he said, "Since you've said so, the blood god, can't be stubborn. All right, I'll settle my personal grudges after this matter." Yunxiao was taken aback by blood god's sudden generosity. He knew the secrets of the blood fiends, and those things were shocking enough, so there was no way the other party would give them up. The scion of the blood god looked at him coldly and began to pour his blood-stained chi into Dijia's magical barrier. The other two disciples of the blood god palace also took action. Everyone must do their best and work together to get through this difficult time. Although Su Yu and the other three survivors were gradually recovering their strength, they were basically disabled. They could only give everyone some spiritual encouragement. "As long as you pass this tribulation, you can all come to the Holy Region to find me to receive your rewards." The rest of the martial artists poured their own elemental energy in without holding back. Even if Su Yu did not promise any reward, they would still fight with their lives. Otherwise, if the demonic cloud was not destroyed, they would be dead when Di finished attracting Dijun. Dijia's face was solemn and calm. He began to cast spells, guiding the power to run through the entire magic barrier. Demonic energy, blood, and vital chi, the three-colored power circulated in the enchantment. The enchantment continued to expand as if it was going to burst open the demonic energy. The three forces gradually merged and gathered toward Dijia, who was in the center. Di, who was in the sky far away, noticed something strange. A trace of anger flashed across his face. He let out a roar and accelerated the absorption of Dijun. If Dijia escaped, it would be a waste to chase him back. In the camp, everyone was nervously looking at Dijia's wizardry barrier. Sure enough, after absorbing a large amount of energy, it did not disappoint. It gradually opened up a space, allowing a trace of light from the outside to come in, bringing everyone endless hope. It's opened as expected. The clone of Blood God's body trembled, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his aura changed. While pouring the power of Bloodstain into him, he sent a stream of power from his left hand at Yunxiao. A sea of blood opened up, and in an instant, a blood slave at the level of a martial emperor was formed, which swallowed the defenseless Yunxiao in one gulp. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian were even more enraged. They no longer cared about maintaining the energy barrier and immediately attacked. "Blood God, you broke your promise." Su Yu was also furious. The scion of the blood god laughed coldly and controlled the blood slave to charge toward the light in the barrier. He then cast the blood ignition art and quickly formed several hand seals in front of him, blasting Mo Xiaochuan and the other man away. When did I break my promise? Didn't the barrier break? Since the matter is settled, it's time to settle my personal matters. Lord Suyu, everyone, goodbye. The scion of the blood god laughed and rushed toward the light with the blood slave. However, his expression changed in an instant as he found that he was blocked by an invisible force. He suddenly looked up at Di Jia and said angrily, "What's going on?" Di Jia's face was still calm, but the aura on his body gradually changed. He no longer looked like a lamp that was half dried up, and his eyes were flashing with a bright light. "You coward!" Blood God's heart trembled, and he said in horror, "Your condition is not good." Di Jia opened his mouth slightly and said in a cold voice, "You piece of trash. I was almost fully recovered, and you actually destroyed the energy transmission at the last minute. Damn it." "What? You're actually using our power to recover?" The blood god was shocked. Di Jia raised his hand, and black light flashed in his 5 fingers. Then, several rays of black chi slammed down, fierce and unparalleled. "I'm angry. You're the one who should die." The clone of blood god was furious. He burned his blood essence and cast a spell at the same time as the martial supreme blood slave. They combined and blasted out together. "It's no use. This barrier is like my world. All of our powers will be suppressed." Di Jia softly spat out 2 words and said, "Obliteration!" Bang, bang, bang. The black chi directly broke his blood print and entered his blood slave's body, causing a bloody mist to burst out. The blood god was shocked. There was indeed something strange about this enchantment. He was injured by a single attack. He no longer dared to stay in the enchantment and rushed out with his blood slave. This sudden turn of events, not to mention the blood god, even Suyu and the others were completely stunned. They fell into an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. They were completely helpless when the blood god went back on his words. Who knew that Di Jia was even more sinister? He had been tricking them from the beginning. Su trembled with anger and said, "A bunch of untrustworthy people. Oh, did I not keep my word?" Di Jia's mouth curved into a smile and said, "It's you who misunderstood. This demon cloud has indeed been split open by my barrier. The light you see is not an illusion. It's indeed the sunlight from the outside. However, Ing Luo," he revealed his cunning teeth and chuckled, "it's just that I'm the only one who can leave. The only regret is that I didn't recover 100% of my strength. I've never been stingy with punishing those who destroy it." A cold light flashed in Di Jia's eyes. He formed a seal with his hands, and the surrounding wizardry immediately condensed into his palm. It turned into a highly concentrated black energy ball in his palm, which shot toward the blood god. The black ball instantly rushed out and stopped in the air a moment later before suddenly exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful black light swept across everything and washed across the earth without restraint. This explosion immediately attracted the attention of Di Yi and the other camp of the Sea of Soul formation. They all cast their gazes over. The clone of blood god and the blood slave were the closest to the explosion, so their bodies were blown to pieces in an instant. A large amount of blood chi flowed out, and the demonic chi poured directly into his body, crazily destroying his other physical bodies. The blood slave was directly annihilated by the impact of the explosion, turning into a bloody mist. A beam of light rushed out of it, and it was Yun Xiao who was unscathed. With a sneer on his face, he turned to Di Jia and said, "Thank you." Di Jia snorted coldly. "I'm just punishing the person who interrupted my plan. As for you, you have a lot of things that I want. Keep them safe." After he finished speaking, he stepped into the light and was about to disappear in front of everyone. As Di Jia stepped in, the light circle gradually shrank. It was obvious that he had calculated that he would be the only one to leave. In the explosion of the demonic light, a few more people died. The rest of the people looked on in despair. Their power had been drained, and they had been hit by Di Jia. They were basically disabled, and their hearts were filled with despair. Shwa shwa shwa. Just as Di Jiasho stepped into the light, the sound of chains suddenly came from the air, as if it came from an infinite distance. The crowd only saw countless chain shadows swaying in the air, leaving afterimages. Finally, they wrapped around Di Jia dozens of times before stopping. "It's you?" Di Jia's face changed and he said coldly. A man slowly walked over from the air. It was Hung Yuan. Without any expression on his face, he said lightly, "It's me." "Why?" Di Jia asked. He didn't understand. Since Hung Yuan was the successor of the demonic servant, he should naturally be loyal to him. Frowning, he seemed to have thought of something and recited, "It's that clone? You're planning to join him?" Hung Yuan shook his head slightly, smiled and said, "Of course not. I'm me. I've never intended to rely on anyone from the start." His face gradually twisted as he said coldly, "The reason why I was so anxious to find the demon master and release him was to seize his true demon essence force and refine his body." "What?" Di Jia was furious. Although they were going to target Di Yi, they were all separated from the demon lord monarch and were originally one. Hung Yuan's idea made him extremely angry, and he shouted, "You, a mere descendant of a demonic servant, actually dare to betray me? Pa!" Hung Yuan spat and said disdainfully, "What demonic servant? That's just Yan Shi from a long time ago. I merely cultivated demonic techniques. For countless years, my master, grandmaster, great-grandmaster, and so on have all been trying to find you and refine you. Do you really think you're an undying and invincible existence? Big brother, the times have changed. The realm of heavenly martial arts is no longer the realm of heavenly martial arts of the past." His face revealed a trace of malevolence as he sneered, "As for a mere demon like you, in the eyes of us humans, you're just a laughable loser. And you call yourself a demon master, where does your sense of superiority come from? After I refine you, I'll be able to attain a supreme true fiend body and even cultivate your true fiend dharma idol." After saying that, Hung Yuan took a step in the air and walked toward Di Jia, who was bound by chains. The entire sky fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. There were so many variables that they were at a loss. Fortunately, Su Yu and the others were exhausted. They had no choice but to wait quietly. Di Jia gradually calmed down his anger, and his eyes burst into a cold light. He said coldly, "Do you think you can capture me with just a piece of trash like you? I'm not sure, but if I lose this opportunity, I'm afraid there won't be a next time," Hung Yuan said proudly. "Choose between you and the one in the sky." "I choose you," Di Jia snorted angrily. "You won't die if you don't seek death. That's an eternal truth. Since that's the case, I'll have one more demon slave before I leave, so that you'll never betray me." A cold killing intent burst out from his body. His hands formed a seal, and a stream of demonic chi was compressed in his palm. Then, it suddenly burst out and scattered in all directions, shaking the chain. Shwa shwa shwa. The shadow lock flew all over the sky, but it did not stop, making a series of crisp sounds, locking Di Jia and crossing the sky. Di Jia's pupils shrank and he said in shock, "It can lock the power of devil essence." Hung Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes flickered with excitement as he said, "As expected, it worked. Demon Lord, this chain has been through the research and refinement of several experts, the collection of rare treasures in the world, and the painstaking efforts of countless generations. It was only in my grandmaster's hands that it was completely formed. It's no different from an ordinary profound level weapon, or even worse than an ordinary profound level weapon, but its strongest point is that it can seal demonic chi." Hung Yuan sighed deeply with emotion. "It's a pity that my grandmaster wasn't as lucky as me. He had already turned into ashes before you were born. Only I, Chu Shengfeng, am the only one who is destined to obtain the true demon body and become the new generation of demon masters." Yun Xiao's heart jolted. The name Yu Shangfeng seemed a little familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it. At this moment, He and his two disciples were rapidly circulating their qi and regulating their breathing. They were striving to recover to their peak strength as soon as possible so that they could deal with the unknown that was about to happen. Seeing that the demonic vitality lock was working, Hong Yuan became more daring. He jumped up gently and landed on a swaying chain. He began to cast a spell with both hands, making the chain across the sky constantly change its formation, winding toward the center and tightening around Dijia. Dijia let the chains wrap around him. Anger appeared on his face, but he did not panic at all, which surprised Hong Yuan. He sneered tentatively and said, "Demon Lord, what are your thoughts before you die?" Dijia saw through his thoughts at a glance and said coldly, "You don't need to test me. If it wasn't for today's coincidence, perhaps I really would have fallen for your Tao." He raised his right hand and started to slowly circulate his Mo skill. Hong Yuan's pupils shrank, and he suddenly exclaimed, "What? This is Ing Luo." The red and white colors on Dijia's palm were spinning nonstop, like a galaxy. It was the power of blood and vitality he had absorbed before. I can demonize and absorb the external power, but I can't really turn it into true demonic vitality. I can also reverse the demonized power. Demon slave, are you ready to die? A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Two forces suddenly exploded from Dijia's body, shaking the seal of the chain. Hong Yuan stood on the chain unsteadily, as if he could not seal it. "Boundless nature, demonic technique reversal," Dijia shouted, and the two forces turned into a vortex with him as the center, constantly washing the chain. The chain made a sorrowful sound, and the formation that locked Dijia began to break. Hong Yuan's face changed greatly. Such a coincidence had happened. At this moment, the devil qi in Dijia's body had been completely reversed and turned into the blood and Yuan power that he had absorbed before. The power shook the devil essence lock and it could no longer hold on. Although neither of you are good people, I always feel that you are a much greater threat than him. If the devil essence lock can't suppress you, then what about my divine realm tablet? Yunxiao's voice suddenly rang out in the sky. In an instant, the divine realm tablet turned into a mountain, and an infinite gravity appeared around it, pressing down on the entire space until it was completely deformed and falling toward where Dijia was. Dijia was furious. "Li Yunxiao, don't forget that I just saved you," he shouted. "Is this how you repay kindness with ingratitude?" Yunxiao kept performing incantation gestures to control the divine realm tablet as he snorted coldly and said, "Do you think that without you, the scion of the blood god would have been able to hurt me? I just wanted to make a move after making a plan, but I didn't expect the situation to become more and more complicated. After thinking it through, I felt that you were a greater threat than Hong Yuan. As long as I killed you, the one in the sky would not be able to recover his complete emperor body and would be killed sooner or later. Childish! If the demon master could be killed so easily," Dijia shouted angrily, "how could he have been suppressed by you for so long?" With a loud roar, his body suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge demon. He threw a punch at the divine realm tablet, shaking the earth and the sky. As soon as Yunxiao moved, Mo Xiaochuan and Halian Xiaohuang moved as well, throwing a punch and a sword at Dijia. "Damn it!" Dijia gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Although the divine realm tablet was powerful, it was still knocked back by his punch. However, Mo Xiaochuan's sword momentum made him feel depressed. He instantly changed back from his demon form. With a flash of his figure, he dodged the power of the sword and counterattacked. The shock caused by the punch on the divine realm tablet was too strong. All the people in the sea of soul formation in the distance flew up and rushed over. Many of them had been demonized by Dijia. When they saw their master, they lost their minds and rushed over with a roar. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "You Shangfeng, stop those devils. The rest of the people in the sea of soul formation will kill the devil lord with me." Hong Yuan's body trembled as he looked at Yunxiao with lightning-like eyes and said in a cold voice, "You know me? I just remembered," Yunxiao said with a smile. "He's very famous, and his name reverberates like thunder." "Humph!" Hong Yuan snorted coldly, and took back the Devil Essence Lock, which was the nemesis of all Devil Essence power and a priceless treasure. He also knew that Yunxiao had asked him to stop the fiend because he had the Fiend Essence Lock. Yi Chongying, quickly kill the demon masters and leave these demons to me. Hong Yuan's chain crossed in the air and blocked the people who were rushing toward him. It formed a huge spider web in the air and pounced on those devils who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. These people were originally companions. Without Dijia's influence, their minds and everything else could be considered normal. However, once they were affected by Dijia, they became complete demons and lost all their rationality. The cobweb formed by the demonic vitality lock flew over the air. Hong Yuan made a hand seal and immediately covered all of them in it. The net shrank rapidly and trapped everyone in the air, making threatening gestures and roaring loudly. The rest of the people who had not been demonized felt a lingering fear in their hearts, and they rushed down to help Yunxiao kill Dijia. Dijia's face suddenly changed, and he was completely at a disadvantage. His body was constantly penetrated by various attacks, and his strength was getting weaker and weaker. Master! Damn it! Damn it! The demons on the spider web unleashed their demonic chi. But it was useless. Only one person, with a roar, not only turned into a demon, but her entire body also started burning. She suddenly broke free from the spider web's restraint. With her as the center, the sky was filled with sparkling sparks. Clang! Clang! The man broke free of the fiend lock, turned into a huge fireball, and fell from the sky, flying toward Yunxiao and the others, burning everything in his way to ashes. Queen? Yunxiao was shocked. Queen? The woman who had set herself on fire was Huayin. She was a 4-star martial emperor who had turned into a demon and burned. The power was unstoppable. Hong Yuan had intended to make a move, but his body began to collapse under the shocking power. What? This trash body. Ever since he had taken over Hong Yuan's body, he had been making do with it. It was probably because the art of possession was to destroy the cycle of reincarnation and was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Every time he used it, he would consume a lot of energy, so he had kept it. However, at this moment, the body of a mere martial arts grandmaster began to gradually collapse under the shocking power of the sound of fire. Damn it! Hong Yuan was unwilling to give up, but he had no choice. He instantly turned into a beam of light and escaped from the sea of fire. Not only him, Yi Chongying and the others also retreated in shock, not daring to block this attack. A complicated look appeared in Yunxiao's eyes. He sighed deeply and said, "Sai heaven's will. Let's retreat." Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang, who had been waiting sternly and planning to fight to the death, frowned when they heard Yunxiao's sigh and flew away. Huiyin's shocking momentum suddenly slowed down and slowly landed in front of Dijia. She knelt down on one knee and called out softly, "Master!" Dijia was extremely weak at the moment. His face flickered under the light of the flame, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The sound of fire not only burned her body, but also her soul power. She said anxiously, "Master, run! The tunnel is about to disappear." Dijia stood there quietly and said, "Why do you want to burn your soul as well?" Huiyin was stunned. She didn't expect him to ask this question. She laughed and said, "Once you become a demon, doesn't that mean that even your soul belongs to Master?" Dijia's shadow was extremely long under the illumination of the flame, extending into the endless dark clouds. He slowly turned around and ignored the sound of fire as he walked into the light circle. Everyone widened their eyes and helplessly watched him leave until his body disappeared. Many people wanted to rush up and stop him. However, no one had the courage to go up as a 4-star martial emperor had burned his soul to protect him. The moment Dijia's figure disappeared into the ring of light, a faint voice came, "You are the best fiend slave I've had in countless years." The circle of light gradually disappeared with Dijia's departure, and the whole earth returned to darkness again. Except for the gradually burning man on fire, there was no other light. The hope in everyone's heart also left with Dijia's departure, and all of them revealed a look of despair. Just like that, Huiyin's body continued to burn. It grew dimmer and dimmer before it finally extinguished. I'm furious. Why? Why did you let him escape? Diye's angry roar suddenly came from the horizon. He had seen Diye's departure, and it would be extremely difficult to capture him next time. A manic emotion spread from his body. Hee, there's no hope for you to form a complete true devil body. Not to mention him, even I won't fulfill your wish. Dijun, who had been on the verge of death and waiting to be completely absorbed, suddenly spoke. A ray of dim light burst out from his eyes and he roared, "Even if I die, I'll drag you with me." A ray of light suddenly shot out from between his brows. He had actually taken out the battlefield of the ancient gods. It suddenly became bigger, and the body of the tower turned completely black, emitting a terrifying power. Diye's body trembled and he said angrily, "How can you still have such strong power?" Dijun's eyes were filled with madness as he laughed wildly. "Haha, if you had been able to remain calm, I might have been completely finished. However, you're facing an existence similar to you. How can I allow you to be distracted for even a moment?" His eyes were filled with determination. He was going to explode the battlefield of the ancient gods. "You're crazy." Diye was suddenly shocked. That was a holy weapon. Once it exploded, no one would be able to live. In his shock, he could no longer care about Dijun and rushed towards the ancient gods' battlefield. He wanted to subdue Dijun, but his body suddenly trembled and he said angrily, "What did you do to the ancient gods' battlefield?" Dijun couldn't exert any more strength, and he kept chasing down from the sky. He still laughed and said, "Haha, do you think that the battlefield of ancient gods is the same as before? I've already created my own technique to insert it." Diye's face changed and he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Trash! How can something refined by a failure be difficult for me?" At this moment, he had absorbed most of Dijun's power and had endless demonic chi. His eyes glowed with dark light and a mass of demonic clouds appeared immediately. It gradually integrated into the battlefield of ancient gods, suppressing the violent power and slowly refining it. Dijun fell to the ground. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across the sky and headed toward Dijun. It was Hung Yuan. With a look of ecstasy in his eyes, he shot out the devil essence lock in his hand and tied Dijun up like a big dumpling, dragging him away quickly. Diye, who was high in the sky, narrowed his eyes, which were full of killing intent. Although Dijun's true demonic vitality had almost been sucked dry by him, he was still like a bone that had not been gnawed. How could he allow others to taste it? "Humph! In my demonic clouds, it's useless no matter how you try to escape." He snorted coldly and felt full of confidence. He no longer paid attention to the people below and began to refine the battlefield of ancient gods. "Young friend, is there any other way to deal with the current situation?" Su Fang asked again. After a long rest, she had recovered some strength, but it was still in vain to break through the demonic clouds. Yunxiao's mind began to race. The only way to escape now was to hide in the Divine Realm tablet. But should he take these people with him? He became hesitant. If the Divine Realm tablet was exposed to be a supreme-grade profound artifact, these people would have to be trapped like Yuan Gaohan until he reached the peak of the Martial Emperor realm before they could be released. Let's see how it changes. Yunxiao had no other choice but to relax his mind and sit down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Although this answer was within her expectations, Suyu was still a little disappointed. She said to Yicheng, "Where's Master Yi?" Yicheng's face was also blank. He had been following Hang Yuan's order, but after Hang Yuan killed the devils in the Devil Essence Lock, he had locked up Dijun's broken body and disappeared. It was not known whether he had hidden or escaped directly, leaving them all at a loss. Suyu looked at their confused faces and sighed deeply. Who is that Lord Hang Yuan just now? He called himself Yu Shangfeng. But why do I feel that this name is somewhat familiar, but I can't recall it at the moment? Yicheng's body trembled. He snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Everyone appeared to be at their wits' end, but at their current cultivation level, they were all extremely determined people. so no one was willing to give up easily. They all began to take out and swallow all kinds of natural treasures they had accumulated to recover as much strength as possible. Soon, Diye's refinement in the sky was coming to an end. He temporarily refined the battlefield of the ancient gods and suppressed the energy of the self-explosion. It turned into a ray of light and was absorbed into his left eye. The faces of the people below turned pale. After Diye finished refining, it would probably be their turn. TSK. What an ignorant person. Diye looked down and snorted coldly. Do you think that I can't do anything just because you're holding on to that clone's body? There's also that demonic energy fruit, he said coldly. As long as it's in the demonic clouds, I can refine it all and devour it. He suddenly raised his right fist and punched it into the sky. A black light shot out from his fist and into the endless darkness. Then, it slowly spread out in all directions, forming a circle with a radius of 1,000 meters, covering the sky. After that, Diye suddenly shouted and revealed his true fiend Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms. His body suddenly enlarged, and the demonic patterns on his 6 arms were shot into the circle in the air, emitting strange patterns. With the appearance of those demonic patterns, an indescribable pressure of the world suddenly appeared and pressed down from the sky. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked over in shock, not knowing what this person wanted to do. Diye kept sending out hand seals and snorted coldly, muttering to himself, "You stupid humans and stupid clones of mine. When you started to plot against me, I was already aware of it. I divided my power into 10 parts and spread them out on my own, forming 9 true energy fruits and this demonic cloud barrier that covered the sky. My initial plan was simple. At the very least, 1 or 2 of my avatars would be able to escape. However, I didn't expect the best outcome. The only regret is that one of my avatars managed to escape. However, it doesn't matter. As long as I refine this demonic cloud and everything within it, that demonic energy fruit and the other avatar's body will be completely absorbed by me. Therefore, no matter where you hide my devil essence fruit, it's useless." Ha! Ha ha ha! At the end of his sentence, he unconsciously burst out laughing. A boundless demonic might condensed in the air and spread out, casting a shadow over everyone's heart. He was actually going to refine the demonic clouds and the entire sky and earth. If that was the case, it would be no different from refining space, and no one would be able to live. Xianxia's face flickered as well. No one knew what terrifying level the demon master's strength had reached at this moment. If it was comparable to a peak martial emperor, he might not be able to escape successfully even if he hid in the Divine Realm tablet. The demonic clouds in the surroundings began to gradually rise into the sky. The entire space was shrinking rapidly, as if the world had become smaller. Just as everyone was in despair and Xianxia was about to unleash the Divine Realm tablet for the last strike, an elegant and calm voice suddenly rang out in the sky. "There's no need to keep the feathers in the cage when a guest comes. Since ancient times, everything is like flowing water. A pine tree grows for 10 li, and in his years, he still sees the birth of aporia cocos." "Who's there?" Diye was shocked. He looked in the direction of the sound in horror, and his face revealed extreme shock. Everyone on the ground was shocked. The sudden change was what they wanted to see the most. Both Xianxia and Su Wan frowned. Suddenly, they seemed to recognize the owner of the voice, and their eyes widened in shock. So you could not help but laugh. "Haha! It's him. We're saved." The rest of the people were stunned. Although they did not know why, they were also happy in their hearts. To be able to make Suyu lose her composure and be so ecstatic, it was obvious that the person was extraordinary. At least in Suyu's eyes, she was 100% confident that she could save them. "Sir, who is he?" Xia Yunan couldn't help asking. "Haha, don't ask so many questions," Suyu said with a smile. "Anyway, we're saved." "You've done well," he praised happily. "You've reported the situation here to the Sacred Zone immediately. As expected, they've sent an expert here. I'll give you a promotion immediately when we get back." Xia Yunan was stunned for a moment, then said, "Are you from the Saint level?" However, it hasn't been long since the news of my disappearance spread. How could they have arrived in time? Suyu laughed and did not say anything. She was obviously in a good mood. Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked into the void as he murmured to himself. He's the only one who can appear at this time. There was no light at all from the source of the sound, and there was no sign of the demonic clouds being broken. However, a figure gradually appeared. The man was wearing a black robe with golden patterns and a yellow belt with a child's pattern on his waist. His hair was long and his eyes were deep and sharp like the stars and moon in the sky. He looked fresh, handsome, and elegant. However, this person now had a distressed expression and sighed. I was playing chess with Nanqiu Yu when I was summoned by Gongyang Zhengqi. He suddenly frowned and said, "For out of 16? What a good move. I'll go and play my next piece." After saying that, the person ignored everyone's shock and gradually disappeared into the sky, leaving no trace. Ah! Everyone's mouth was wide open, and their faces were blank. So you didn't expect things to turn out this way. She pointed at the sky and cursed. Why you? He couldn't continue, because there was no one in the sky. Xia Yunan's face was covered in sweat. He said awkwardly, "My lord, who is this person? Is this reliable?" So you glanced at him and said, "His name is Zhuo Qingfan. Maybe, who knows, he might be reliable, Xinjin. I came back so late today, so I set 6,000 words in the small black room. I just finished typing. Please forgive me, I won't make up for my losses today." On a precipice, a majestic waterfall fell from the heavenly chasm and shattered the jade plate. At the far end of the waterfall, the sound of the wind and the sound of water intertwined, forming a majestic sound of nature. On the other side of the lone peak, a hexagonal pavilion could be vaguely seen amid the mist, and the sound of a poem could be faintly heard coming from the pavilion. An old man in a brown robe was sitting in the wind, drinking tea and drinking wine. He was savoring the chess game in front of him, and his face was full of joy. He recited softly, "I'm playing chess and setting down lanterns. The gentle breeze under the fan is accompanied by the slanting moon. Laughing at the flames of war rising in the world. Cooking wine for self-entertainment and bragging." The old man poured himself a cup of wine and drank it. He picked up a black piece with 2 fingers and placed it on the chessboard, making a clear and pleasant sound. "Let's drink to clear our worries, and watch the beautiful light natural mode ocean." With a snap of the fingers, he howls and groans. The screen welcomes the morning glow. As the elder's chess piece was placed, the sound of a poem echoed in response. The space on the other side twisted slightly, and Zhuo Qingfan's figure gradually appeared. He smiled calmly and said, "Tengguang's heaven and earth formation actually had 3 different paths planned by you. If he knew about this, I wonder what he would think." Zhuo Qingfan gently picked up a white chess piece and placed it on the board. The entire game changed, and a strange feeling seemed to be emanating from the chessboard. "Eh?" The old man's eyes brightened, his eyes flashing with a bright light. With a soft sigh, he said, "He's actually able to create a 4th situation. This heaven and earth chess game is indeed subtle. Could it be that it's going to be integrated into all the formations in the world? Looks like it's going to be fun." Zhuo Qingfan smiled and said, "It's just a child's game. I'm just playing around when I'm bored. Why don't we have Tengguang come to your natural mode ocean one day and have a match with you?" He also picked up the wine pot beside him and began to drink by himself. "Haha, are you happy that I made a fool of myself?" The old man laughed. The 2 of them smiled at each other and talked about the chess game. They didn't feel that they had gained much. "By the way, have you completed the task Gongyang Zhengqi asked you to do? So fast?" the old man suddenly asked. "I thought that the old man must have something important to tell you." "Ah!" Zhuo Qingfan jolted and put down his empty wine glass. "I forgot. Your red cauldron wine is indeed very good. I'll come again next time." Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He stood up in a hurry and disappeared from the old man's sight. The old man was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and drank the rest of the wine, leaving behind an unpredictable ending. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the world. Eastern region, Boneyard, inside the demonic clouds. Everyone was shocked when Su Wan revealed Zhuo Qingfan's identity. Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian gave Yunxiao a look of shock. Di Zhuo Qingfan, Xianxia. Xia Yunan was dumbfounded. Then, he said excitedly, "It's actually the second martial emperor." His voice was filled with excitement. He had never expected to see the legendary martial sovereign in such a life-and-death situation. His eyes shone with excitement as he looked at the sky where Zhuo Qingfan had disappeared. After a brief moment of shock, the rest of the martial artists also smiled. It was certainly a joy to be able to admire the martial sovereign's elegance, but they were even happier that they could live. No matter where the fiend came from or what tricks he had up his sleeve, there was no way he could be a match for Zhuo Qingfan. So you gave Yunxiao a meaningful look and said, "Young friend, you know Zhuo Qingfan as well? Who doesn't know the Void Martial Emperor?" Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "He just doesn't know me." Suyu was not satisfied with his answer, and she said, "Then what about you, Shangfeng? This name has been silent for many years, and even I only just remembered it. It's too abnormal for you to know about it." Yi Chongying's body trembled slightly, and a worried look appeared on his face. It seemed that the exposure of this name had caused some kind of worry. "He said that name himself," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I just said it casually. I don't really know him. Moreover, even if I do know him, it only means that I'm well-informed and have extraordinary knowledge." Suyu was speechless and snorted softly. He was getting more and more curious about Yunxiao's identity, and he thought that the first thing he would do when he returned to the Holy Region was to thoroughly investigate this man's identity and find out what secrets he was hiding. Xia Yunan swallowed and didn't dare to say anything. He knew that Yunxiao had a lot of 9th-tier mystic artifacts on him, and he was the one who had taken the demonic energy fruit. The atmosphere in the camp became more relaxed after Zhuo Qingfan's appearance, and they seemed to have forgotten about the danger in front of them. It was only when a wave of pressure as heavy as a mountain came down and Diye's fist was coming at them that they were so frightened that their faces changed, and they hurriedly scattered to avoid it. Boom! A deep pit was blasted into the ground. Although most people managed to avoid it, there were a few people who reacted slower and died completely. Diyi obviously did not use his full strength in this punch. He looked at the crowd coldly and snorted. "Who was that person just now? Why was he able to come and go as he pleased in my demonic clouds?" Everyone's expressions changed. It was only then that they realized that they had yet to escape from danger. Now was not the time to relax. Zhuo Qingfan seemed to have gone to play chess. Why was he not back yet? Couldn't be that he had to finish the game, right? Then everything would be over. A sense of powerlessness welled up in everyone's hearts. At such a life-and-death moment, he still had the mood to play chess, completely disregarding their lives. However, what could they do other than grumble in their hearts? Even if they had the courage to curse, they could not find anyone to curse at. All of them were bitter in their hearts. "Looks like I'll have to ask them one by one." Di seemed to be very afraid of Zhuo Qingfan's appearance. His eyes narrowed, and a strange force spread out. Immediately, a martial artist was directly thrown into the air, and his face turned pale with fear as he screamed repeatedly. "Be good, don't be afraid. Tell me, what's the matter with that person?" Di squinted his eyes and smiled, looking kind. But in the eyes of the warrior, it was no different from a demon. He said in fear, I'll tell you. Please don't kill me, my king. I still have an 80-year-old mother, 80 wives, and an 8-year-old son, 8 aunt. Bang! The martial artist's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the air, and he was completely gone. Di opened his squinted eyes and said coldly, "So long-winded, did I allow you to say this?" His eyes swept down and picked up another person in the air among the frightened crowd. He smiled kindly and said, "You're not that long-winded, right?" The man's head was covered in cold sweat. He covered his mouth and shook his head desperately. His eyes were filled with fear. Bang! The martial artist's body exploded as well, not even leaving behind a pile of flesh. The people below all retreated in horror. This devil killed people without blinking. He would kill if he was long-winded, and he would kill if he was not long-winded. Di seemed to be very unhappy and said coldly, I told you to say it, but you actually covered your mouth. Do you think I'm easy to bully? He looked down again, and a few martial artists couldn't stand this strange and terrifying atmosphere. Their legs went weak and they were on the verge of tears. Woo-woo, I'm not playing anymore. One of the martial artists finally had a mental breakdown. He picked up his long sword and rushed forward while crying and scolding. You can't play like this. I'll fight you to the death. Demon. They're all unreliable. I just wanted to ask something. Why is it so difficult? Had the relationship between people become so cold? I'm very tired. Di gently grabbed the warrior, shook his head helplessly and sighed. It seems like I can only search for it myself. A wisp of demonic chi went straight into the warrior's head. In the blink of an eye, the head exploded like a smashed watermelon. A headless body fell from the sky. Dia's face turned slightly serious as he muttered to himself. So, it's Void Martial Emperor Xianxia, the second most powerful being in this era? His eyes shot out a ray of light, as if an infinite fighting spirit had been ignited. Aya, it's a good thing everyone's here and there are no casualties. Otherwise, I'd really feel bad. Xianxia's figure gradually appeared in the air, and he seemed to be relieved. As soon as the crowd saw him, they were so aggrieved that they almost cried. So you finally couldn't help but curse? Xianxia, can you be more reliable? In the time you've played a piece, 3 people have already died. How can you be at ease? Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia coughed and said seriously, as the saying goes, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is in the hands of the heavens. How can we force it? Even if I'm extremely powerful, I can't change the fate of heaven and man. Lord Suyu, as the head of UNC, why can't you even see through this? Su Jing, Ing Luo. Haha, well said. Fate is fixed. You're here to die today. This is your destiny. Void Martial Sovereign, Xianxia. A cold light flashed in Dia's eyes as he spat out the words. A majestic force gushed out from his body, and the entire demonic cloud rolled, accelerating its condensation and squeezing everything. Although the immortal demon master had not recovered all his strength, he could already overturn rivers and seas, collapse the sky and crack the earth with a raise of his hand. The other one was a byword for the peak of the current Martial Supreme titled Martial Supreme, ranked second among the 10 immortal legends. He was a peerless figure who shone like a star in the sky. The two of them looked at each other in the air, and the invisible spiritual pressure spread out like the might of the heavens. Everyone held their breaths, and their eyes did not blink as they waited for the world-shaking battle. Yunxiao's face was solemn as well. Even he was a little nervous about this battle. The extremely strong pressure seeped into his body, igniting an endless fighting will of martial arts, and his eyes gradually turned into blood moons. This kind of domineering battlefield should have belonged to him. Feeling the fluctuation of the peak power, Yunxiao finally relaxed his fists and sighed in his heart. This is my battlefield, and I'll be back soon. Xianxia glanced at Di and said, I have a suggestion. I wonder if it's possible. Just tell me. Di said indifferently. Why don't we find a place to have a cup of tea? Xianxia suggested. We'll sit down and have a few buns together. We'll bury the hatchet and become friends. What do you think? Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I wish all the candidates a swift victory and advance into the 10 regions realm. That's a terrible suggestion. I think I'd prefer to turn you into a demon slave. Di waved his hand, and the demonic clouds in the surroundings quickly merged into the huge circle in the sky, providing him with a steady stream of power. These demonic clouds were originally formed by 1/10 of his true demonic essence, so he could not waste any of it. In particular, Xianxia's appearance had given him an extremely great sense of danger. He immediately made the first move, pointing a finger at the air and shouting, True Demon Earth Sword. A huge black broadsword condensed in the sky and slashed down. You haven't even finished speaking and you're already acting? Where's your integrity? It seems like we won't be able to have afternoon tea and steamed buns. Fan said unhappily. His body flickered in the air and met the black sword head-on. He did not dodge or evade at all, and his entire body was actually shuttling through the huge true demon earth sword, unable to hurt him in the slightest. What? Diez's entire body trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Fan was about to pass through in a few flashes, but Diye made a prompt decision and formed a hand seal with one hand, shouting, "Don't recognize the body in the sword? Octave's mirror." The black greatsword split open from the middle and transformed into a mirror of the netherworld. Pitch-black rays of light shone down, freezing Fan's figure in midair. How can such a small skill be put on the stage? If this kind of strength can be the second in the world, then the people of this era are too weak. Diye came down from the sky and kept making hand seals. A demon slowly flew out of the octagonal mirror, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed Fan. Ah! The people below were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them widened their eyes. They were all prepared to watch a world-shaking battle. So how could it have ended just as it had begun? Mo Xiaochuan also looked suspicious. If he was only this strong, how could he have fought with his master and come in second? He stole a glance at Yunxiao, but he saw that the latter was still staring into the sky with a calm expression. Diye's body also trembled. It was obviously impossible to succeed so easily. The stars hang over the vast fields. The moon surges over the great river. The stars and the moon strive for brilliance. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out, and Diye's body suddenly fell into a blinding light. Fan's figure gradually appeared in the air, and he pressed his palm down gently. Boom! The light suddenly became stronger, like a dazzling flower that bloomed in the dark night. Diye's body was directly shattered by the power of the palm, turning into demonic chi that flew around the light and immediately condensed dozens of meters away. However, his eyes were filled with intense shock. Fan, on the other hand, only stared at the fading light with a look of admiration on his face. What a beautiful flower of the moon and the stars. It's a pity that it's been contaminated by your demonic chi and has lost its accuracy. Diye's face was filled with horror. His opponent had crushed his true devil body with just one move. This was definitely the strength of a peerless expert. He no longer dared to have any feelings of ridicule and said coldly, "True fiend Dharma idol, fiend descends to the world." Diye's body suddenly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and a huge demonic shadow appeared behind him. Although it was not clear, it gave off a terrifying pressure, as if it was the god of this dark world, ruling everything. Since you're called the Void, and you were able to move freely just now, you should have some space secret techniques. But Ingluo Diye's tone suddenly changed. A ball of dim light burst out from his left eye, and an ancient pagoda slowly flew out and landed in his hand. He said coldly, "But how can your void secret skill penetrate the world power of my saint artifact?" The ancient tower suddenly became bigger, and Diye's 6 arms began to change continuously. With the ancient tower as the core, they began to evolve the world and integrate into the demonic clouds. Since ancient times, the pagoda had been connected to the demonic lord's mind. Although Dijun had added a slight restriction when he repaired it, he had broken it by force. The demonic cloud was a territory that he had displayed, and the two were constantly combined and became one. The demonic clouds began to gradually integrate with the power of the world, enveloping the entire space. Zhuo Qingfan's expression finally changed. He stared at the ancient pagoda and exclaimed, "A transcendent grade profound level weapon? Humph." Diyi snorted coldly and said, "With the world power of this saint weapon and my demonic cloud territory suppressing the space, I'll see how you can still use the Void's secret skill." He cast a few spells into the ancient pagoda, which immediately transformed into a pagoda that reached the heavens. It flew out from his palm and crashed down on Zhuo Qingfan. The ancient pagoda shone with a brilliant light, as if it was a divine pagoda or a celestial pavilion. It did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Under the suppression of the power of the world, Zhuo Qingfan's eyes were filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "It's a super-grade mystical weapon. The Xianxia. It's really a super-grade mystical weapon." Yunxiao's eyes were also filled with great shock. This was the first time he had seen someone use a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. Although the battlefield of the ancient gods was in ruins, it was, after all, a profound-level weapon completely refined by the Demon Lord Monarch. Once it was used, its power was much stronger than his Divine Realm tablet. He quickly recalled the scene in front of him, verifying the situation when he had executed the Divine Realm tablet one by one and integrated them. Zhuo Qingfan's eyes lit up after a brief moment of daze. A serious look finally appeared on his face as he raised his right hand. A green light gathered in his palm, slowly forming an ancient halberd. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said in horror, "He's going to use the vast ocean like dust in a battle of this level? Could it be that his void secret skill was really suppressed by the power of the world?" This phenomenon shocked him greatly. He was both shocked and delighted. If that was the case, he only needed to refine the Divine Realm tablet completely. When he returned to the peak of the martial supreme realm, he would be able to completely suppress Zhuo Qingfan. The rest of the people were also staring at the sky without blinking. It was rare to see a void martial sovereign make a move, but it was even more unheard of for him to use a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. All of them were completely stunned. It was not until Su Wan heard Yunxiao's shocked mutter that her body trembled. She reluctantly looked away from the sky and sized him up carefully again. "Is that ancient pagoda really a supreme-grade profound-level weapon? Is this the Noah's ship that is rumored to be able to cross the other shore? Are you stupid? Can't you see that this is an ancient pagoda? Which part of it looks like a boat?" But Yingluo wasn't the only super-grade profound artifact from ancient times to now Noah's ship? Yes, indeed. A transcendent-grade profound-level weapon is something that ordinary people cannot fathom. Perhaps it can transform itself. Right, it must be like this. Some time ago, he had heard rumors about the birth of Noah's ship, but he didn't expect it to be true. This demon must think that it's cooler and better looking to turn into a tower. Everyone was discussing nervously, all of them filled with excitement and anticipation. Zhuo Qingfan held the halberd in his hand and felt the slight trembling of the profound-level weapon. He opened his eyes and stared at the ancient pagoda that was slowly descending. "It's indeed a supreme-grade profound-level weapon to be able to make my vast ocean like dust feel fear." Diye's Dharma form was like a demon in the sky. He laughed and said, "Zhuo Qingfan, although my transcendent-grade mystic weapon is broken, it's connected to me by heart. Even if it only has half of its power, how can you block it? I'll bury you here even if it means that this profound-level weapon will be completely scrapped." He laughed hideously. The ancient god's battlefield was originally in ruins. After Di Jun repaired it slightly, it had always been very careful and did not use it as much as possible. Unexpectedly, it was in Diye's hands and he did not cherish it. "I don't know if a transcendent-grade profound-level weapon can block it, but there's something here that can," Zhuo Qingfan said softly. His face was as calm as an ancient well. His halberd turned into a few afterimages as he pointed it diagonally at the sky. Green light rose from his body and pierced into the sky. An indescribable law of heaven and earth shook in the sky, and the entire earth began to tremble violently. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. "This is a Xianxia." All the martial artists standing on the ground were shocked. Their bodies shook with the earthquake. In the distance, a tall mountain suddenly emerged from the ground like a bamboo shoot, constantly rising into the sky. "Is that a mountain peak? Why do I feel awkward?" Xia Yunan muttered to himself in horror. Suddenly, his body trembled and he said in horror, "That's the swan and eye dragon shell." A fearsome dragon's might surged from within the black clouds. The dragon-shaped terrain, which had once given birth to an ancient true dragon, seemed to have come alive under Zhuo Qingfan's call. Its mountainous body stretched across the sky. Zhuo Qingfan furrowed his brows. The dragon shell was simply too large, and it appeared extremely clumsy. His long halberd whistled as it fell, and Hung began to spin in front of him. Rays of green light shot out, and the dragon shell seemed to sense it. It continued to compress its body in the sky, and a large number of broken mountains and rocks collapsed from the sky, filling the sky with dust. The dragon's shell finally condensed into 100 meters. It slowly circled around his body with the halberd's rotation, emitting a shocking dragon breath. The dragon's breath was actually used by him, spreading around his body, and the dragon shape formed by the dragon shell circled in front of him, like a hidden dragon in the abyss, ready to fly into the sky at any time. Damn it! He actually used this thing to block it. Yi was furious. The power of the dragon's aura and dragon's breath on the dragon's shell were fighting against the power of the ancient god's battlefield, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. Boundless nature. Devil descends to the world. A trace of determination flashed in Diye's eyes. The huge shadow behind him suddenly opened its hand and grabbed the ancient god's battlefield from the sky. It accelerated and smashed down. Zhuo Qingfan's pupils contracted as an extremely powerful force emanated from his body. He said coldly, "It's not that I'm afraid of your move, but my vast ocean-like dust has been with me for a lifetime, and I don't want it to die before me." His halberd glowed with a green light as the dragon shell's power was unleashed. It was as if a peerless true spirit had been reborn. It opened its mouth wide and roared at the ancient tower. "I won't be updating today. I'll continue to delay the work that I owe everyone. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, I'll try to make up for it on the weekends. I'm thinking again, could there be fruits for the college entrance examination tomorrow waiting for me to update?" Gulp! Everyone on the ground swallowed hard. With the strength of a peak martial supreme, he could even turn the terrain and mountains into weapons at will. Yun Xiao felt that it was a pity. The dragon shell was a unique item with extremely high research value. If it was lifted up by Zhuo Qingfan, it would probably be completely destroyed. Whether it was the battlefield of the ancient gods or the dragon shell, they were both peerless weapons. The two overbearing forces slowly collided, and the entire sky was instantly split into two completely different worlds, one green and one black, devouring each other. The dragon's shell took form and bit the ancient god's battlefield. It gradually rushed into the dark sky and suppressed the entire demonic cloud. However, at the same time, the dragon's body continued to collapse, and its dragon breath gradually weakened. The dragon shell had been dormant for countless years and was already in tatters. Now that Zhuo Qingfan had forcefully pulled it out of the ground, it had become a one-time use item. When the final power contained within it was unleashed, the trapped dragon would rise to the sky and tear apart the night sky. Diye's face changed greatly. At this moment, his demonic cloud became extremely unstable, as if it was being torn apart. Although it had not reached the point of collapse, it was almost there. Zhuo Qingfan stood with his halberd in hand and said indifferently, "Only this much? This transcendent grade profound level weapon has been covered in dust in your hands." His figure was like lightning, and in a flash, he appeared on top of the dragon's head. He raised the halberd in his hand high, and strange symbols that looked like dandelions floated out of the halberd. They emitted a faint blue light in the air, forming snowflakes like crystals. A faint blue domain gradually expanded at the intersection of black and green. With vast ocean like dust as the center, it emitted a territory-like domain. Within it, thousands of miles were frozen, accompanied by purple and green lightning. Zhuo Qingfan's eyes narrowed, and a faint, cold glint shone from them. The halberd in his hand gradually came crashing down, leaving afterimages in its wake. His movements were extremely light and slow, but the entire frozen lightning territory went berserk. It covered the green sky formed by the dragon shell and charged into the dark night, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Thousands of miles of ice seal 1,000 pieces of jade. Snow reflects the mountains and rivers, shocking the thunder. The sharp edge of the vast ocean directly slashed toward the ancient god's battlefield. The power of the world, which was gradually shrinking under the suppression of the dragon shell, could no longer hold on under this move. The territory of the entire ancient god battlefield was broken in an instant. Even the tall black shadow holding the ancient tower was swallowed by the violent power. The sky collapsed completely as if the entire world had exploded. The huge energy soared into the sky and penetrated the earth. The ground where everyone was standing was constantly bombarded by various kinds of energy, creating black pits. Everyone was frightened, afraid that they would be swept into the violent force and die without a corpse. However, heaven's might was too strong. Even if they were not hit by the energy, just the oppressive aura alone was enough to make many people tremble and find it difficult to control themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The sky directly shattered for a long time before a sound rolled over. It was already an endless echo, shaking everyone's heart and causing them to be torn apart. At this moment, the demonic clouds in the surroundings had long disappeared, but it was still dark. This was because a huge black hole had appeared in the sky. It was slowly rotating as if it wanted to devour everything. Xueqingfan, on the other hand, had his halberd on his shoulder as he hovered in the air before the black hole. He was as tiny as a grain of sand in the vast ocean, and he muttered to himself, "It actually broke through the void. Did I not control my strength well, or did the devil have a way out?" Xueqingfan's left hand was tapping his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Oh right, I just thought of something. How could I forget? What's the matter again, Ingluo?" "Yes, yes," he muttered to himself and suddenly shouted, "Aya!" He remembered now it was a transcendent grade profound level weapon. That devil actually has a supreme grade profound level weapon. He frowned and raised his left hand in the air. A strange object fell into his hand and he looked at it for a while. Is this the fragment of that supreme grade profound level weapon? It seems that I broke it just now, but the rest of it seemed to have been taken away by him. No, I must get it back. This thing is very important. Xueqingfan kept a fragment of the ancient gods' battlefield into his storage vessel. The halberd he was carrying gradually transformed into a ray of green light and disappeared from his body. His entire person gradually disappeared from the black hole. Have you left? After a long time, the energy in the world began to stabilize. Xia Yunan exclaimed, "Has the Void Martial Emperor left? What about the devil? Are you dead?" All the survivors looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Su said, "Xueqingfan left, and that devil Wanwan seems to have run away." Wanwan. That last move was so powerful that even he couldn't see it clearly, only relying on a little observation and speculation. He ran away? Xia Yunan was shocked. He can escape from such a powerful force? Is that devil really that powerful? So you also felt that something was amiss. Even though the other party had a transcendent grade profound level weapon, he did not think that the devil was strong enough to escape from Xueqingfan. Xueqingfan has already gone after him. Perhaps Xianxian will be able to catch up. After saying this, he had completely lost his confidence and looked dejected. Yunxiao's eyes had always been a demonic blood-red color, and a terrible shape had emerged in them. At this moment, they gradually returned to their normal state as he sighed. That devil indeed escaped. He should have been prepared. Not only was the black circle able to refine the demonic clouds, but there was also a passageway behind it. No wonder he dared to fight Xueqingfan so fearlessly. However, I'm afraid that supreme grade profound level weapon is completely damaged. Everyone was taken aback. They could not see the situation clearly, so how could Yunxiao see it clearly? Many people sneered and looked at him strangely. Su Feng was greatly shocked. Although he did not believe that Yunxiao had seen the truth, he knew that this man was very mysterious and was by no means as simple as he looked. "Young friend, I still have many doubts about that devil. Can you come back to the holy region with me? I'll treat you as a distinguished guest. You've helped me a lot today, so I'll definitely reward you greatly." Everyone was taken aback. The holy region's distinguished guests were all heroes or sect leaders, who were at least high-level martial sovereigns or ninth-tier alchemists. Since when was it used on a young man who was a martial honor? At this moment, the demonic cloud was gone, and all the dragon shell seals were undone. The sealing force in the earth vein no longer existed, and all divine senses had returned to normal. So, they could see through Yunxiao's restoration at a glance, which made everyone feel indignant. It's not impossible to even reward you with a 9th-tier profound armament, Su said with a chuckle. He looked at Xianxia with full confidence. Whether it was the courtesy of a distinguished guest in the holy region or a 9th-tier mystic artifact, they were all fatal temptations for warriors, and even a hero or a sect leader could not resist the temptation. This caused a great deal of dissatisfaction among the crowd. Even some of the lucky survivors of the holy region frowned. Lord Su, I've seen the battle between the Void Martial Sovereign and the demon clearly with my invincible divine eye technique, and I've also memorized the details. Why don't I follow you back to the holy region to help you solve your doubts? I don't dare to accept the courtesy of a distinguished guest. Just give me a 9th-tier profound armament. A thick-skinned martial emperor expert came forward and squinted his eyes. In order to show off the power of his invincible divine eye technique, he kept blinking his eyes, and green light shot out from his eyes. Your invincible god's eye technique is nothing. Do you know that my Nangong family's chilling sky blue demon eye is the best eye technique in the world? Not only can it see through everything, but it can also see through obstacles and see 1,000 miles. Another martial supreme stepped forward and said. His eyes kept turning and emitting a blue light. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Su Fong, his eyes flashing non-stop. Su Yu's hair stood on end as he stared at her. After rolling his eyes for a while, the man laughed and said, Lord Su's underwear is blue. I wonder if my beautiful spirit sky blue demon eyes are correct. Eft. Xia Yunan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was red, and he clutched his stomach and coughed non-stop. Su Yu's face turned green and she said angrily, Get lost. The two of you get lost, or I'll kill you without mercy. The two martial sovereigns shuddered and quickly hid in the crowd, not daring to make a sound. Ha ha ha. Yunxiao laughed as well. Lord Su, I think these two can indeed answer your doubts. That divine eye is indeed extraordinary. You'd better let them go back to the holy region with you. I still have some private matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. What? You don't want to go? Su was taken aback. She did not expect Yunxiao to refuse her. Only Xia Yunan was well aware of this, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. The other party might have more 9th-tier profound armaments than you, so it was not attractive at all. The other martial artists were also shocked. No one present would refuse such an attractive condition. We'll meet again, Yunxiao said with a smile. I think we'll meet again soon. A trace of worry appeared on his face as he said, It's just that the matter of that devil is a bit complicated. Lord Su will have to worry about it when you return. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. Su nodded and said, You don't have to tell me. I will do my best. The demon was lurking on the continent, and he was a great threat to the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. It looks like Shuo Qingfan can't be relied on anymore. I'll send a large number of experts to encircle and annihilate him after I report this. That's right, Yunxiao said. That's right. At this moment, the survivors of the Sea of Soul Formation were all solemn. They had spread their divine senses to the entire burial land, but they couldn't sense the whereabouts of Chu Shengfeng. It seemed like he had escaped. Yi Chengying was a little disheartened. Lord Su, I didn't think that this matter would end up like this. I'll go back and report everything to the president. So I'll take my leave. Su Yu frowned. The Sea of Soul Formation seemed to have played a dishonorable role in this incident, but she didn't have any evidence to speak of it. She could only say, As per your request, I hope that the Sea of Soul Formation can contact the Holy Region more often to discuss this matter. Yi Chengying nodded absent-mindedly and said, I definitely will. He was about to leave with the crowd when Yunxiao suddenly said, Master Yi, can I have a Sea of Soul Formation travel pass? When the people of the sanctuary heard this, their faces turned ugly. All of them were cursing in their hearts. The Holy Region invited you as a distinguished guest, but you fucking put on airs and didn't go. You actually asked others for the Sea of Soul Formation pass. Aren't you obviously embarrassing us? Yi Chengying frowned slightly and said, Why do you want to go to the Sea of Soul Formation? It's just a personal matter, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. If it's not convenient for you, then forget it. Yi Chongying took out a token, threw it to Xiao and said, "The pass is nothing to me. The strength you showed is qualified to enter the Sea of Soul Formation." With that, he led the people of the Sea of Soul Formation and left in a ray of light. The nearest teleportation array was near the Blood God Palace. Suwon gave Xiao a meaningful look, then said to the rest of the people, "Everyone, although we lost this battle, it's a blessing in disguise to be able to keep our lives. Many of you are strong, but in my opinion, you lack enough resources and profound-level weapons for cultivation. If you are interested in joining the Holy Region, I can take you in, but the minimum requirement must be the strength of a martial honor." Everyone was initially overjoyed, but after hearing that the minimum strength required was a martial honor, they all smiled bitterly. Most of the experts with the strength of martial honors and above had died in this battle. The survivors were all dregs who had not participated in the battle. The martial artists all frowned, weighing the pros and cons. They lived in seclusion in the boneyard because they were optimistic about the resources here. In fact, with their strength, they could get good treatment no matter where they went, but they would lose their freedom. If they took benefits from others, they would have to sell their lives for others. After a few rounds of consideration, only 3 people were willing to join the rest. The rest of the people left after bidding farewell. A look of disappointment appeared on Su Yu's face. This time, Yuan Si had suffered a great loss. 2 of the 5 experts had died, and the remaining 3 were also on the verge of death. No one knew how long it would take for them to recover. However, he still politely gave everyone a lot of primeval stones, and the martial artists were also very grateful. Among them were 2 survivors from the Red Moon City, who also left after a few polite words. "My young friend," Su looked at Xiao and said, "if you want to go to the Holy Region, I'll welcome you with the courtesy of an honored guest at any time." Xiao looked surprised as he smiled and said, "Then I'll be troubling you. I'll definitely go to the saint-level Kasaya." There seemed to be a deep meaning in his words. Su Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly, but she nodded with a smile. She turned into a ray of light and left with her group. After all the big shots had left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They began to discuss what had happened. Everyone realized that this would be an event that would shock the entire continent. Those who had sex also left one after another to pass on the news. The great change in the burial land, the appearance of the devil, the heavy casualties in the Holy Region and the Soul Formation Sea, and the fact that the Void Martial Sovereign Zhuo Qingfan had personally come to suppress the devil. All these stories were quickly compiled into a series of popular legends that spread across the continent. The rest of the people from Blood God Palace looked at Xiao and the others, not knowing what to do. The person in front of them was the one they were after, but seeing his relationship with Su Yu, everyone was immediately afraid. Moreover, after the Blood God's blood body was destroyed by Dijia in one move, he had disappeared without a trace. Without a leader, they did not dare to attack Xiao without permission. "Everyone, we'll meet again if we're fated." Xiao looked at them with a smile, then turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the burial ground with Mo Xiaochuan and Xiao, leaving the people of Blood God Palace sighing and returning to their palaces. After everyone had left, what was left was a desolate land. The battle between Zhuo Qingfan and Di Yi had not only destroyed the sky, but it had also caused the entire burial land to be unable to see sunlight for several days. Furthermore, more than half of the mountain range in the burial land had been destroyed, and it had become the royal land. Suddenly, a beam of light fell from the sky. It was Xiao and the other 2. "Young Master Yun, since you're leaving, why did you come back?" Young Emperor Haolian asked in confusion. "There were too many people just now," Xiao said. "It's not convenient to do things." His body glowed and a starlight soul body separated from the demonic dragon. He flew into the sky and looked down at the earth. "There's still some dragon breath left," the demon dragon said. He quickly flew into the broken ground and picked up some fragments, carefully collecting them. Looking at his 2 stunned disciples, Xiao explained, "He's collecting the remains of the dragon shell. Even though it's broken beyond recognition, it's still a shell that degenerated after the birth of a true dragon. Its value is incalculable, but it's a pity that Zhuo Qingfan destroyed it all." With a look of worry, he lamented. If it were me, even if I destroyed 10 vast ocean like dust, it wouldn't be comparable to the one and only dragon shell in this world. I see. That Xueqing fan really deserves to die. Young Emperor Haolian came to a sudden realization. Why don't we go and settle the score with him? If you have the time to talk, Mo Xiaochuan said coldly, why don't you help young Master Yun pick up a few more pieces of the dragon shell? Let's see who can pick up more. Young Emperor Haolian dodged immediately and began to search carefully. They were not as sensitive to the dragon's breath as the demonic dragon, but they could still distinguish it. Wow, it's a pie show. How can there be alligators in this place? I've seen a ghost. What? Young Emperor Haolian suddenly cried out in alarm. He was in a crack in the ground, and his figure was nowhere to be seen. You're really an idiot, Mo Xiaochuan said impatiently. Even if you saw a crocodile, what's so strange about it? You could have just kicked it. Don't tell me you can't even defeat a crocodile. Crocodile? Yunxiao's expression changed drastically as he rushed toward the crack. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud noise, Haolian Xiaohuang's figure flew up and fell on the ground far away. He cried, Wow, senior brother, you're right. I'm really no match for that crocodile, Ingluo. Standing at the entrance of the crack and looking down, Yun Xiao gasped when he saw the crocodile lying on a broken rock with its eyes half closed, sleeping lazily, as if it would never wake up. It's indeed this thing. Yun Xiao was taken aback. The crocodile was really transformed from the primordial astral wind, but the aura he sensed at this moment was much weaker than when he was in the outer space. He didn't know that half of the crocodile had already been captured by Ding Shan, and it only had half of its previous strength. What kind of crocodile is so powerful? Afraid that Yun Xiao would be in danger, Mo Xiaochuan hurried over. Yun Xiao made a silent gesture and said softly, Don't make any noise. Don't alarm this thing. If we really fight, we might not be his match. Both Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang were taken aback. If even Yun Xiao said so, it was obvious that the crocodile was extremely extraordinary. The two of them looked at it quietly with solemn eyes. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, then slowly performed the Great Realm Divine technique with both hands, making the Divine Realm tablet shoot out of his forehead and gradually transform into the power of the world, falling toward the crocodile. He wanted to try and see if he could take it directly. The moment the power of the world touched the crocodile, its half-closed eyes suddenly opened. With a low roar, it turned into a whirlwind and shook the Divine Realm tablet away. The whirlwind rose from the crack in the ground and grew bigger and bigger. What? Yun Xiao was startled and shouted, Kill it! Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang attacked at the same time. Their fist intent and sword chi turned into two beams of light that shot into the astral winds. However, they were repelled and could not be hurt at all. After Yun Xiao's Divine Realm tablet was knocked back, it immediately turned into a small mountain under his control. The power of the world spread out rapidly and pressed down on the crocodile, causing the whirlwind to roar and crash about, shaking the entire Divine Realm tablet. Yun Xiao had also consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. Every time the crocodile hit him, his Qi and blood would shake, impacting his meridians and body. Although it was very uncomfortable, he had stimulated the power of his body, turning his skin golden to resist the impact of the crocodile's Qi and blood. Young Master Yun, how is it? Mo Xiaochuan cried out in surprise. Their attacks were almost ineffective against the crocodile, and only Yun Xiao's power of the world could suppress it. But under the golden light, his face turned red, as if he was having a hard time holding on. In fact, it was not that their attacks were ineffective. The Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens could suppress all powers in the world. It was just that their levels were too low to be able to hurt the crocodile. It can be blocked. Yun Xiao took a deep breath and said, Let's see how arrogant this crocodile can be. He took out a large number of Southern Fire golden crystal sources and supported himself while replenishing his energy. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes as his blood chi trembled. He discovered that his physical body had a small breakthrough for the first time since he had achieved the imperishable golden body. Boom, boom, boom. Under the suppression of the Divine Realm tablet, the crocodile was running around wildly, but its strength was getting weaker and weaker. After a while, it finally gave up and turned back into a crocodile. It lay on the gravel and slept again. Everyone was speechless, and Xianxia was also sweating. The power of the Divine Realm tablet was still covering it, but it dared to sleep with ease. He pointed with his finger, and the Divine Realm tablet fell down suddenly, trying to subdue the crocodile. The crocodile floated up again, and the previous scene happened again. After several collisions, its strength was obviously not as good as before. It went back to sleep, and after repeating this a few times, it was finally exhausted. Filled with joy, Xianxia sucked it into the Divine Realm tablet and did not encounter any more resistance. "There's something wrong with the crocodile's intelligence," young Emperor Haolian said, embarrassed. "Why would we take it? We might as well just kill it. His intelligence is on par with yours. Are you going to get rid of him too?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. After putting the crocodile away, Xianxia took the Divine Realm tablet back into his body. Immediately, he felt a stronger force gradually erupting from his body, which was definitely a stronger state of the indestructible golden body he cultivated. "I'm too weak today, but I'll do it tomorrow. There seems to be a lot of room for improvement in my physical strength. It's just that I'm missing the second half of the cultivation technique and can't make any further progress. The backlash from the crocodile's attack on the Divine Realm tablet just now agitated my chi and blood, and I broke through the limits of the first half of the cultivation technique. The first half of the technique also uses some extremely twisted movements and self-torturing cultivation to constantly break through the limits of the physical body. Perhaps I can find some ways to do it myself." Xianxia pondered for a moment and said to himself, "All the martial arts in the world are connected, and this body-refining technique should also have a great similarity. It seems that I have to get some body-refining techniques to study." He said to Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian, "I don't need to explain the power of the tyrant body tempering technique. I'll now pass on the first part of the technique to the two of you." Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Haolian were overjoyed. Even if this cultivation technique was said to be the best in the world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. At least its owner was the genuine best in the world. The two immediately sat cross-legged, and Xianxia directly invaded their spiritual seas with his divine will, imprinting the key points of the cultivation technique on them. This method of passing on the cultivation technique was extremely dangerous, but it was indeed the best. The person receiving the reward had to completely open up his sea of consciousness and let the other party's divine sense enter. This required a great deal of trust. Otherwise, if the person who imparted the reward had a little evil intention, the person receiving the reward would be completely finished. In just a few breaths, the first part of the tyrant body tempering technique was passed to the two. With a casual point of his finger, Xianxia dragged them back into the Divine Realm tablet and let them slowly comprehend it. He sat down cross-legged and began to adjust the changes in the power in his body. The power rising and falling in his muscles made him want to roar and fight, constantly strengthening his body. Soon, the demonic dragon had collected all the dragon shell fragments that were scattered around. They weighed more than 100 pounds, but this was already an extremely small portion. Xianxia opened his eyes slightly, which flickered as he sighed and said, "If there's a chance, it seems that I'll have to find a way from Ao Chongkong. Ao Chongkong's background is very mysterious, and it seems to be related to the natural moat cliff. Maybe I can start from Nanxiuyu, which seems to be less dangerous. You'd better look at what's in front of you. You're only a 3 stars Marshal Supreme. Do you really think you can snatch the body-refining divine art from Ao Chongkong?" The demon dragon snorted. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "I'll cherish it." He put the demonic dragon and the dragon shell fragments into the Divine Realm tablet. Then, he turned into a ray of light and fled thousands of miles away. He chose a secret place to land, took out the Divine Realm tablet, and went in himself. As soon as he entered the Divine Realm tablet, he immediately took out the cauldron of mountain and river, which turned into a tall mountain and stopped in the sky. Xianxia kept sending incantations into it and operating the cauldron of mountain and river, while he himself turned into a beam of green light and rushed into it. A heat wave hit Xianxia in the face, and he felt as if his body was about to evaporate in an instant. But in just a moment, the temperature dropped abruptly, and it became extremely cold. It was actually an extreme force that was hot and cold at the same time, spinning in a circle inside. With a thought, the extremely cold and hot air immediately parted, making a path that pointed forward. In the blink of an eye, a bloody light flashed, and the blood fiend, which had been trapped for a long time, suddenly appeared. It roared and pounced at Xianxia with an aura that was about to tear him to pieces. Hehe. Where did this hatred come from? Xianxia chuckled, and the scene in front of him changed in an instant. He and the blood beast immediately stepped into the divine realm tablet from the cauldron of mountain and river. Then his figure turned into a thunderbolt, allowing the blood beast to pass through his body. Roar! The blood fiend pounced on empty air. It seemed that it had suffered all kinds of grievances during this period of time. All of its rage erupted at this moment. Blood chi rushed out and covered the sky and earth, revealing an incomparably huge form. Its body also became somewhat transparent. More than 10 profound level weapons kept spinning in its body, emitting a powerful force that was continuously transmitted to its whole body. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked over with a demonic gaze. He saw 2 profound level weapons spinning out of the blood fiend's body, and as if primordial chi was flowing through its meridians, they went directly to the blood fiend's eyes, then broke out of its body and shot out of its eyes. Both of them were 8th-tier profound level weapons, and the saber and the sword exuded a powerful force as they flew toward Xianxia. The blood fiend's own strength was not too strong. The most terrifying thing about it was that it could exert 100% of the profound level weapon's power. This was something that even a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens realm could not do. With a light wave of his hand, Xianxia shot out 2 beams of sword light, piercing through the saber and the sword in the air and completely destroying them. He was the ruler of the divine realm tablet. Even a complete 9th-tier mystic artifact could not hurt him. The blood god's celestial master's giant puppet ruler that he had casually taken away was an example. However, it was obvious that the blood beast had a bad memory and had long forgotten about it. As for these 8th-tier profound armaments, he didn't even have the intention to collect them. He would just directly explode them. How could those poor cultivators on the continent endure this? The blood beast was taken aback, clearly not expecting Xianxia to break its attack so easily. It roared suddenly, and with a fierce look in its eyes, more than a dozen profound level weapons were unleashed from its body. For a moment, they were dazzling and powerful, spinning around it and bursting out with a powerful force as they rushed forward. It was at this moment that Xianxia's face turned serious. He naturally did not take those 8th-tier mystic artifacts seriously, as they were all destroyed at his will. However, the hammer was an ancient profound level weapon that contained the rules of thunder, so he had to be careful. 5 northern heaven-chilling star swords appeared, like a rainbow crossing the sky, and under his command, they exploded those 8th-tier profound armaments one by one. Bang, 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 bang. The air was filled with the sound of cracking. Blood Fiend's eyes were wide open as he roared continuously. All the profound level weapons in his body, including the Celestial Master's giant banner ruler, were all destroyed. At this moment, only the small hammer in the sky was gradually emitting a golden light. Tadpole-like characters appeared on it. Thunderous pressure spread out and spread in the air, as if it was going to tear the space of the Divine Realm tablet. Humph! Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "It's because I was afraid that you would escape. That's why I've waited until now to finish you off." The great realm divine technique was performed as his hands danced, and the territory power in the surrounding heaven and earth emerged. For a moment, the heavenly might surged and stacked on the hammer, instantly turning into the divine realm monument's world power and suppressing the power of the thunderbolt. With the hammer as the center, the moment the world energy appeared, the sea of lightning stopped expanding and began to slowly shrink. The hammer seemed to feel the huge pressure, and its aura weakened, no longer daring to release energy so arrogantly. Now, evil spirit, come out and cut off its direct connection with the hammer. Xiao cried out as he clenched his fist and slowly pulled the odd hammer toward him. The moment hammer was suppressed, the blood fiend was also dumbfounded. In a moment of inattentiveness, the evil spirit immediately rushed into his sea of consciousness and began to take control of his body. Roar! 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 Kept roaring in the air and rolling around, as if it was in extreme pain. Xiao carefully controlled the hammer, fearing that it would suddenly lose control. After a few breaths, he felt that the mark of the blood fiend on the hammer had completely disappeared. Overjoyed, he put it away. At this moment, the biggest threat of the blood fiends had been eliminated and the 2 9th-level profound armaments were now in his possession. Now, spit out the earth-growing soil. Xiao condensed a huge palm shadow in the air and suddenly slapped it down. The golden light instantly hit the blood fiend and completely shattered its bones. A large number of blood droplets scattered in the air and flew to the side. They condensed again and turned into beast form. There was fear in his eyes as he said, "It's me. Stop fighting. Stop fighting." Now that it was under the control of the evil spirit, it was afraid that Xiao would attack again, so it begged for mercy in horror. Xiao said softly as he looked down. After the blood beast was smashed by the palm, it was shaken out of the breathing earth and floated in the air, the size of a fist, emitting a faint yellow light. "I've finally obtained it." Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he sent the breathing earth directly into the vast land of the Earth territory. A dull noise rang out from the entire Earth territory, as if it had been filled with infinite energy and was venting its excitement. At that moment, the evil spirit slowly flew out of the blood fiend's body and curled up in the air. It looked at Xiao in horror and said, "I've done what I promised you. You can't go back on your word." It did not have any trump cards at the moment, so it could only hope that Xiao would keep his word, or it would really be finished. "Yes, don't worry," Xiao said. "I don't have the martial emperor's body you mentioned for the time being. You can choose to leave or stay in the divine realm tablet and let you possess me after I get a body. It's your choice." The evil spirit heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this man was not a man who would go back on his word. It was in a dilemma for a moment. If it left, it would be very difficult for it to seize the martial sovereign's body with its ability. However, if it continued to stay, it would undoubtedly be a risk. If this man suddenly turned against it one day, it would be turned into ashes. It struggled for a while before finally gritting its teeth and saying, "I've chosen to stay and wait for the martial sovereign's body. You're going to become a peak martial sovereign, so don't lie to me." "Don't worry." Xiao laughed. "Don't worry. It's good to stay. Maybe they can help." The evil spirit's expression changed slightly, and it said in shock, "I'm only staying to wait for my physical body. I'm not working for you. Our relationship now is peaceful. You can't use any means to threaten and force me to do things." Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he nodded and said, "Don't worry. I won't force you. If I really need your help, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory condition for your choice." After losing all the profound level weapons in its body, the blood fiend's aura had dropped drastically. It lay on the ground pitifully, shaking its head like a sick cat. Xiao said to himself, "I don't know how many warriors' blood essence this thing has absorbed. It is undoubtedly a supreme treasure for those who cultivate blood techniques, and it is also a rare material for me. I can use it to refine many good things. I'll just keep it here for now." The evil spirit's body trembled when it heard this. It looked down at the blood fiends with pity in its eyes. After saying that, Xiao's figure flickered and disappeared from where he was standing. When he came to a flat ground, his face gradually turned solemn. The devil essence fruit was rooted in front of him, quietly waiting there without moving. Even the devil chi on the fruit had been withdrawn, not leaking out in the slightest. Perhaps it had discovered that the environment had changed, so it had restrained its aura to protect itself. Xiao stood beside the fruit for a while, his face full of contemplation. Suddenly, a green light flashed and the demonic dragon appeared beside him. "This is just a small avatar of the devil. Are you afraid of him?" "It's just a clone," Xiao said lightly. but you can't underestimate it. Ingluo, what do you think will happen if I absorb it into my body and refine it? The demonic dragon's body trembled as he said in horror. You're joking, right? This thing is a great demon's clone, and it can't be compared to ordinary demonic chi. If you inhale it, I'm afraid you'll be completely finished. Yes. I'm also worried that I'll be possessed if I can't control myself, so I'm hesitant. However, I'm very curious. Yun Xiao showed a cunning smile, which made the dragon's heart turn cold. Don't be stupid. The demon dragon was furious. Curiosity killed the cat. Don't you understand this? This is a great demon that has been suppressed for who knows how long. Do you really want to hang yourself and court death? Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he recited, It's not as serious as you think. Have you forgotten about the people in the Sea of Soul Formation? All of them cultivated demonic techniques, and didn't you Shengfeng also steal Dijun's body? If I can successfully refine this demonic energy fruit, not only will my strength increase greatly, but my resistance to the power of demonic energy will also increase infinitely. In the future, Mother will no longer have to worry about me becoming demonic. You've already turned into a devil. How can you be possessed by the devil? The demonic dragon was speechless. Yun Xiao grinned. If you don't want to live for 30 years, how can you live for 60 years? He said. Demonic dragon was dejected. He knew Yun Xiao's character, and there had never been any force that could stop him from trying those risky thoughts. I'm still counting on you to recover your strength as soon as possible and help me refine a body. I'm really worried that once you become a devil, you might have the idea to refine me out. Then you should pray. Yun Xiao laughed and then walked toward the fruit. The fruit seemed to have sensed the danger. Its entire branches and vines began to sway. It suddenly pulled its roots up from the ground and fled to the horizon. Yun Xiao chuckled, and the surrounding scene kept changing. No matter how the fruit tried to escape, it was getting closer and closer to Yun Xiao. I heard from the skeleton that this true demonic chi was formed at the beginning of chaos. The Tao turned into one, and one turned into three pure ones. It evolved from a wisp of pure chi. So its power is not below the great one celestial chi. Let me see how powerful you are. With a solemn look on his face, Yun Xiao reached out his right hand and grabbed the demon fruit. A stream of demonic chi shot out from the fruit and formed a black barrier, blocking his hand. But in just a moment, the barrier burst like a bubble, and Yun Xiao's palm suddenly thrust into the black fruit, penetrating it as if it had fallen into a swamp. Bang! The moment Yun Xiao's arm reached into the fruit, it exploded, and its demonic energy scattered in all directions. A black light rushed out of it and fled into the sky. The demonic energy that spread out corroded Yun Xiao's body and stuck to his skin, corroding it like sulfuric acid. But to Yun Xiao it was just a tickle. He raised his hand, and the man in the sky who looked like Di Yi suddenly felt a great pressure and was shaken down. Without saying a word, Yun Xiao clutched the man's neck with one hand. The power of rules of the divine realm tablet spread around him, pressing down on the devil's body until it gradually deformed and shattered with a bang. The broken devil turned into a cloud of devilish energy that climbed up Yun Xiao's arm and wrapped him up. It then penetrated into his body through his 7 orifices, trying to demonize him completely. The demon dragon was terrified. He immediately transformed into his human form and held the dragon bone bead in his hand while slowly circulating his dragon essence. If Yun Xiao showed any sign of abnormality, he would try to suppress the fiend with his dragon breath. At that moment, Yun Xiao's body had turned pitch black, and he was protected by the mass of fiend energy. He made a hand seal and sat down cross-legged in the air, then entered his inner world and began to fight with the fiend energy. Yun Xiao first used the Great Expansion Divine Technique, and the trace of spiritual energy above his dantian seemed to be touched. It immediately shone brightly and swam through his meridians, turning into golden tadpole-like characters that protected his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. As long as his spiritual altar was not destroyed and his sea of consciousness was protected, he was not afraid of the demonic chi entering his body. At this moment, he had used all of his imperishable golden body, but he still couldn't resist the invasion of such a powerful devil chi. The luster on his skin had faded, and all kinds of strange patterns were printed on it. Moreover, they were constantly changing shape, as if they were eating away at this body. Yunxiao's eyes snapped open, turning into blood moons. He threw his head back and roared, and a huge amount of demonic energy burst out of his body, forcing the demonic dragon dozens of meters back in the distance. You want to refine me? You're looking down on me. A strange laugh suddenly came out of Yunxiao's throat, and his face began to twist, gradually turning into Diye's ferocious look. The demon dragon was shocked and immediately made a move. He cast a magic art and threw the dragon bone bead into the air. All kinds of lights shone out of the bead, forming a pattern. Then, it shot out a beam of green light, which covered Yunxiao like the morning sun. At the same time, a strange and incomprehensible dragon language came out of the dragon's mouth, shaking Yunxiao's heart and driving away his evil thoughts. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The third eye on Yunxiao's forehead opened, revealing a bright light. The demonic look was instantly gone as he said, "This true demonic chi is the source of the demonic lord's clone, so it has a certain level of intelligence. Refining it won't be possible in a day. I'll be fine in this divine realm tablet, so you can rest assured. But it'll be troublesome if I go out. I told you to stop playing. What are you doing now?" The demonic dragon was shocked. "We'll be fine? You think too highly of yourself. Since you know that I'm the demon master's avatar, you still dare to be so presumptuous." The patterns on Yunxiao's body were constantly changing, as if some kind of restriction and array had been branded on him. His face twisted again, turning into Diye's face as he said coldly, "You annoying bug!" He suddenly waved his hand, and a stream of demonic chi shot out and immediately bombarded the green bone pearl. The pearl was instantly contaminated, and the dragon breath was extinguished. At the same time, the backlash from the pearl also entered the demonic dragon's body, causing his soul to tremble and retreat. "He's actually this strong." Demonic dragon's face changed. The strength of the devil was far beyond his imagination, and Yunxiao was actually fighting against it. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine as he said angrily, "Madman. He was really a madman. He deserved to die." After the move, Yunxiao's right hand trembled violently, and his face changed rapidly, as if he was fighting for control. Finally, his right hand formed an incantation seal. With a flash of light, a white light appeared in his palm, emitting a bright and soft light that warmed people's hearts. At the center of the white light was the moon pearl of the East Sea. As soon as it appeared, it shone with Yunxiao's divine body. As the white light shone down, beams of bright moon divine light shot out of Yunxiao's body, dispelling all the demonic patterns on his skin, and his expression returned to normal. "Phew, it's a little tricky. Are you okay?" Yunxiao sighed and said to the dragon with a wry smile. "A little tricky?" The demonic dragon said angrily. "I think he's completely done for. If you're already like this in the divine realm tablet, can you still maintain a moment of consciousness when you go out?" Yunxiao sighed. "You can only gain something if you give up. Although it's very dangerous for the demonic energy to enter your body, the benefits are also indescribable. At this moment, the true devil chi is continuously flowing into my dantian. I'm afraid I'll be able to advance in rank very soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light appeared on his body, which was the sign of a martial honor breaking through. When he had been collecting the true dragon's tear, he had broken through to the 2-star level with the help of the skeleton. It had only been half a month since then, and he had directly broken through to the level of a 4-star martial supreme. Moreover, the demonic energy seemed to be endless, and it was still washing over his body, growing rapidly. "Humph!" The demonic dragon snorted coldly. "The conditions are too unbalanced. You've lost more than you gained. Your sister, you're always nagging here. How annoying." At the moment of advancement, Yunxiao's face turned ferocious again. It was covered with dense black lines, which extended to his forehead, but were blocked by a force. He glared at the dragon and shouted, "One more word of nonsense and I'll refine you before you even turn demonic." The demon dragon was taken aback. Yunxiao did look clear-minded at the moment, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, as if he had become violent under the influence of the demonic aura. The moonlight on his body was slowly fading. Suddenly, a force came from the sky, and a figure fell from the sky and sat down cross-legged in front of Yunxiao, asking with concern, "Restrain your mind." Yunxiao's heart jolted. The person was a beautiful figure, and a faint fragrance assailed his nose. It was Luo Yunxiang. When she used the 9-yang true skill, it immediately shone with her moon body and gradually suppressed the violent aura. At the moment, the moon pearl was still floating above Yunxiao, but its power was getting weaker and weaker, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. At that moment, Yunxiang was shrouded in a red cloud, like the first light of dawn. The sun was rising, and it had fused with Yunxiao's bright moon divine light. The demonic dragon was taken aback. He had never paid much attention to Yunxiang's cultivation base, but at this moment, he found that she was already a martial honor,